All right, looks like we're live. Now I got to make sure this gets broadcast to Twitter. Hold on. Well, actually, as
Yay.
long as we're here, why don't we introduce ourselves? Welcome to the second Christian Hangout, everybody.
Yay.
Well, it appears we have no viewers at the moment, but we will shortly, I'm sure. We have three people with us so far, plus me, I guess. I'm a person, but anyway. Okay, yeah. Dude, that sounded so stupid. Idiot. No, it's Chris Farley show again. Anyway, okay, maybe we should do what we did last time and introduce ourselves. Going from left to right, I see that Anti-Dem comes first. So do you want to introduce yourself, Anti-Dem, and just give us a little bit of your background as a Christian?
Hey everybody, I'm Antidem, antidem.wordpress.com if you want to come by and see me. I'm happy to be here with my fellow sphere cucks today. No reaction to that? Even after Citadel wrote that big thing about kicking Renegade Radio out of the alt-right.
Hey, look, my microphone picks up all sorts of background noise, so I'm keeping it muted while other people are talking.
Okay. Let's see. How did I come to it? Okay, I've got a big blog post up on my blog. It's one of my most popular ones. It's called The Chipotle Effect. It sort of describes how I came to Christianity in my mid-teens, and anyone who's interested in hearing the story, what you really should do is go to YouTube. Type in The Chipotle Effect. Chipotle, just like the burrito restaurant. And I was so happy Millennial Woes did a dramatic reading of my blog post on his YouTube channel, and I'm just over the moon about
so
that.
Lucky.
So good, because he has such a great voice. So go there and hear the story. And at the moment, I'm Catholic, and we've had bad popes in the past, and we'll see if we can survive this one. And if the next one's as bad or worse, I'll see you over at the Orthodox Church. But with any luck, we will. I keep finding myself asking whether we have any big, tall stone towers to lock this doofus up in, or whether whether we can still take him down to the dungeon in the bottom of the Vatican. I mean, that's what it's there for. It's what somebody built it to do. So for the moment, I go to a traditional Latin Mass, and I'm happy with that at least. And that's about it.
All right. Well, thanks. Yeah, I'll definitely link you that Chipotle Effect post in the description after this is done, so anybody who listens to this can see it. All right. Okay, I guess Giovanni, you're next. You want to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your background?
Yes, hello. Excuse me, sorry. I'm Giovanni ALIGHIERI. Some of you might know me on Twitter. That's how a lot of us met. I'm also on the blogosphere at demonarchia.blogspot.com. And in regards to my faith, I was raised in a nominal Christian household. I mean, my mom was a nominal Episcopalian. My dad was a nominal Roman Catholic. And we were one of those Easter and Christmas we're at church families. And about high school, I kind of started thinking I knew a lot more than I really did or imagined so. And that led me to agnosticism, and then in college that led into full-blown atheism. After college, though, after I settled down on my own, started feeling a draw towards the supernatural. I can't really explain it. I kind of briefly looked towards Islam, which is an interesting discussion, maybe come up later. But I started studying history, and I started studying scripture, and I realized a lot of the arguments that I thought were so great, in my atheist days, I realized they were not that great. So God really used my studies to kind of wake me up there. And then, of course, I really got into the history, because that was one of the things was watching and studying the history of the Christian Church, which led me into Eastern Orthodoxy. And just to give Cliff Notes version, maybe a couple years after that or so, I left Eastern Orthodoxy partially from I'm trying to think how to word this, a softer viewing or maybe a more realistic viewing of church history, not so much with rose-colored glasses as a lot of wide-eyed converts sometimes look at. And also, a big thing, too, was really studying Scripture, studying what Scripture taught. And right now, my wife and I and our daughter attend a Reformed Baptist church here in Virginia. So that's where I am right now.
All right. That's very good. Thank you. So we had him last time, but maybe you can introduce yourself again. The next one we have going left to right is Mark Citadel. Would you give us a brief introduction again?
Yeah, sure, happy to. Religious history, I was atheistic for most of my life until maybe about 18. Subsequently became a non-denominational Christian for about a year, and then finally settled on Orthodoxy, which was sort of related to my bloodlines. I'm ethnically Slavic from Russia, so that's sort of the basic precept of it. And obviously now I'm writing reactionary theory and have been doing so since about 2014. I think it was when I started, July 2014, I think it was my first post. And continue to do so to this day with quite a lot of success. I'm almost at 100,000 views, so it's jumped in the last 4 months quite incredibly, so
nice.
Pretty happy with that.
Yay!
All right. Okay, so we also have with us Michael Sebastian. Would you introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm not sure if my mic is on. Can
I hear
everybody
you.
hear me?
We can hear you.
Fantastic. So my religious background is I was raised very nominal Catholic, and at some point I completely left the faith, so I was an atheist, and then in college I decided to become evangelical. I just felt there was some sort of a spiritual gap in my life. And then I really wasn't evangelical for very long because I became dissatisfied. I think they do a great job of drawing people in, but once you dig into the theology, it's not really there. And right about that time, I had a philosophy professor at university who had actually studied to be a priest, a Catholic priest, and he never actually made it to the priesthood, but he passed his seminary texts on to me. And at the time, I was actually anti-Catholic, so I started to read up on that with the intention of refuting him, and ended up actually reading myself into the church. So I'm still a Catholic, and I've pretty much stayed pretty stable in that, as far as I really haven't entertained many doubts, although I've recently seen the richness of orthodoxy, and I can see the benefit to the extreme conservative approach, especially as you guys can see what's been happening today. So that's just kind of the nutshell.
All right. Well, thank you. It's very good. Got a good group here, it sounds like. So, anybody have any topics they want to introduce, or do you want to talk about what the Pope said today or anything like that?
Sure.
Who will rid us of this troublesome priest?
I mean, I was looking at the comments, and it sounded like what he said may have been slightly taken out of context, but like he was kind of commenting based on ignorance. Like he says, somebody who talks only of building walls and not of building bridges is not a Christian, but like I can see how they could twist that to make it sound like they could just make headlines out of it. But
well, the thing is, you know, with him, what the headline says he said is basically never as. What he actually said is almost never as bad as what the headline says he said, but it's always pretty bad.
yeah.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah, it's sort of like I know, every time I sort of hear, like, especially the lay Roman Catholic apologists or the Catholic Answers school of apologists, I mean, when they try to defend everything Pope Francis says and try to say, oh, well, it's taken out of context, trust us, it kind of reminds me of that Saturday Night Live sketch with Mitt Romney shortly after his 47% debacle, where they had actors playing the Fox News pundits, and they're like, oh, well, that's just taken out of context. And then they show these clips like Mitt Romney in the shower singing a racist song. They're like, oh, no, it's taken out of context. And so, I don't know, I kind of agree with Anti-Dem. It's like, okay, yeah, sure, devil's advocate, it's not quite as bad as they try to spin it, but at the same time, when you look at the original context, it's not much better.
And I think part of the problem is the guy doesn't quite exactly realize that, he's a world leader. He's the leader of a church of 1 billion people and, a really, really important person now. And when you are in that kind of position, you kind of got to censor what you say a little bit.
Right.
You can't just let any old thought come out of your mouth, no matter whether you're thinking it or not. And it's like any idea that, hey, maybe I better be diplomatic about this and dodge the question and run an official statement past 16 assistants when I get back to the Vatican. That just doesn't even occur to the guy. So he ends up, shooting his mouth off constantly because he just doesn't have that filter.
Well, there was something I read recently where people at the Vatican were actually getting people from outside media sources to come and organize themselves because they were having such a major issue. First off, the Vatican media bureau, I forget what you would call it, but basically all the people responsible, like the website, the press people, it's a mess. And so they actually, and you combine that with the fact that Pope Francis is running around spouting his mouth off, they just didn't know what to do because, he'd say something and they weren't organized enough to do damage control or try to do counter releases to try to explain what he was saying in context. And so they actually have had to have people from like the BBC and other sources come in and help organize them a bit better to try to meet those demands.
Did anyone see the clip of Pope Francis getting pissed off with Mexicans when they were all grabbing at him and he suddenly just like starts yelling at them saying, don't be selfish?
No, I didn't see that.
I did not, no.
Yeah, you go and look. I think Breitbart had an article on it. It's quite amazing. They're all sort of grabbing at him as people do when the Pope's around, and he just suddenly turns on them. I think he almost fell over. Like they pulled him into the crowd, and he just starts yelling. It's the first time I've seen him like really angry.
See my eyes, I can hardly see. See me stand, I can hardly.
Hey, that sounds good to me. Throw him into the mosh pit.
Yeah.
My take on this. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say, of course, we also had the meeting recently in Havana with Patriarch Kirill of Russia, so that was another interesting thing that occurred, I guess.
Which, according to CBS News, it was the Russian Orthodox Church that split from Rome in the 11th century.
Well, the Russian Orthodox Church didn't exist at that time. This is
I know.
A lot of stupid media people are saying, like, oh, it's the first time in this length of time that they've met. Well, no, they've never met before because the Moscow Patriarchate wasn't, constituted until after the schism. So they'd never met previously.
I said on Twitter that it's a bit like saying, well, the Confederate States of America fought the British in the 18th century.
Yeah. I mean, it's when you get into sort of who split from who, it kind of becomes sort of semantic games of. I mean, there were differences anyway back then between the East and the West, even when it was still regarded as one church. I guess for a long time, people just tried to ignore the differences,
Right.
But they eventually did manifest themselves. Obviously, we hold the perspective that it was the Catholics who went into schism. They hold the perspective that we went into schism. So, it's that kind of thing. But I think it was positive for them to get together. I guess I hope some of Kirill's hardline attitudes rub off on Francis. And I'm not lauding Kirill. I had an article up recently. Criticizing him for some stuff that he'd done recently within the Orthodox Church, but it may be good for Francis to have some interaction with somebody like that, rather than Patriarch Bartholomew of the ecumenical patriarch Constantinople, who is
yeah.
well, a bit of a damp squib, really. He's very weak, and I'm sure he won't mind me saying that because he won't hear this.
Were you going to say something, Michael? Or...
Yeah, I was going to mention that maybe I've been reading too much Evola lately, but my take on Francis is
You
that
never can read too much.
It seems to me that he's a Jesuit. He's highly educated. I don't think that he's just no filter. So the whole Catholic Answers apologist thing, where, oh gosh, Francis has done things that it's not just these little things. It's not just the offhand comments. Saying to an atheist, we're all kind of. I don't have his exact quote, but he had a conversation with an atheist. And he told them basically, we're all kind of like on the same path. I mean, there's.
I remember that.
And then they're talking to a divorced lady in South America and telling her, yeah, go ahead, go receive communion. I'm not trying to be judgmental. I'm not trying to be, kind of hateful towards divorced people or anything like that. But it's definitely not Catholic doctrine, and it's not within the power of the Pope to do something like that. It's pretty clear that he has an agenda here, that these offhand comments, and there was another comment today that he made about the Zika virus and how contraception may be permissible in this case to prevent Zika virus. And if it's acceptable in this case, and again, this is where we might have some theological differences, but from a Catholic perspective, if it's acceptable in this case, then it's going to be acceptable in a whole lot of other cases. And I think there's been some good discussion about permitting artificial birth control and how that actually Actually, it was the Archbishop of Canterbury who pointed this out. There's a logical connection between artificial birth control and same-sex marriage. As crazy as it sounds, yeah, I think the folks on this call would realize that. So it's like, I think that Francis definitely has an agenda, and getting back to Evola, I believe in infiltration. It sounds crazy. I believe in, people trying to change things, and I think what we have here is a Pope has an agenda that's a little bit contrary to, not a little bit, a lot contrary to the Catholic Church.
Well, what really shocked me, oh, sorry, Anti-Dim, I was just going to say, what really shocked me was when he invited people from Palestine and Israel, Jews and Muslims, to pray at the Vatican. I'm just like, Pope Francis, have you not read... Yeah, and, to pray to their gods. And I'm just sort of like, Pope Francis, have you not read some of the ecumenical councils your own church passed? They sort of forbid that.
Well, yeah, not only that, but I mean, you only have to look at, as I pointed out, writings in the Talmud and these other things which are, horrifically denigrating towards Christ. It's crazy to invite that in. I can't understand it, really.
I don't necessarily think there's a mutually exclusive relationship between him being, you could say, malevolent. We'll certainly say,
I don't think he's
plays
malevolent.
fast
I
and
wouldn't
loose.
put it that far.
Yeah, someone who plays fast and loose with the church's ideas, so
Yes.
that he could be both that and incompetent, which actually I would much rather have an incompetent person trying to do things I disagree with than having a competent person trying to do things that I disagree with. I mean, if you look at the absolute Chinese fire drill that was the Synod on the Family, which at least had the good outcome of he essentially got stopped by the cardinals before he was able to do anything crazy. And, thank heavens for the wisdom of the Church Fathers, who had the foresight to make it essentially impossible for any one pope to do anything too drastic during his tenure.
It's even less possible in Orthodoxy. There's been no pan-Orthodox council since like the 700s or something, because you can't get them together.
Yeah, basically. So hopefully the damage will be limited to just him saying a bunch of stupid things. The big test will be what comes after him. But at the moment, I think he is both not good for the church, and he's also kind of an ill-spoken oaf.
Yeah, I would agree with that assessment, and I think you're absolutely right. What's going to come after is going to be, I think the damage he can inflict is very limited. I mean, he is inflicting damage. I think the place where the damage affects people is when these people who don't really know full Catholicism, and they start to act on, oh, he said this is okay, so I'll just go ahead and do this.
Which is why, what the press comes in is important. It starts out with, a gay person who, decides to be celibate and accept Christ can be saved, and it ends up as, Pope says homosexuality is okay.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But I mean, can't he kind of stack the deck a little? Because he approves the cardinals, right?
Yeah, he's definitely in the process of stacking the deck. So the longer he goes on, the greater.
More Casperites in there. That's problematic.
Yeah, part of, though, oddly enough, as much as I hate being in the position of saying this, we're in a position now where it may actually be the Africans who save the church from the Europeans.
Oh dear.
What a humiliating development that is.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because I recall once hearing a story about a British missionary that was in Africa, and he was talking to an African Christian, and the African Christian said, "Where are you from?" And the British missionary said, "Oh, I'm from Britain." And the African said, he got like wide-eyed, and he's like, "Oh man, I hear that's a bad place for Christians." this is the African talking to a European. They were the ones that sent the Christianity into Africa. But that's
crazy,
how much roles have reversed in some circumstances.
Yeah, well, when I was a teenager, people would say, what, you want religious freedom in a government that respects Christianity? Well, you're lucky you live here instead of in Russia. Now it's the complete other way around.
Yeah. I guess one advantage that the Africans have is they do have sort of a childlike faith, that they're not overly intellectual about it, probably.
Yeah, I have a really good friend. He's from Africa. He lives in Britain, and I had a good talk with him about African Christianity, because the big issue they're having is the prosperity gospel, which is a heresy, and if you're offended by that, sorry, not sorry. But that's rife in a lot of the African churches. But one of the things I talked to him about was, he said, you don't really have popular atheism like you do in the West or in America or Europe, to be specific. Because one of the things he says, just Africans by their nature have a belief in the supernatural. It doesn't take a lot to convince them that there is something beyond our material world out there. So that's something, like you were saying, in regards to their nature.
Yeah, I mean, pop atheism is really just an exclusively Occidental thing. I mean, even if you go to Asia, where atheism is certainly much more prevalent than it is in Africa, even there, I mean, it's not the same. There's no Asian equivalent of Richard Dawkins or Christopher Hitchens.
Well, I mean, Occidental atheism is really anti-theism. I mean, I try to defer between, like, say, the guy who just goes to work every day and he's like, hey, my personal opinion is no religion, and the guy who's the Richard Dawkins, Christopher Hitchens fanboy, who, he knows God doesn't exist and he hates him, to quote someone. So yeah, and that's different than, say, like a atheistic Buddhist, because even though he may deny a divine truth, or he may deny a central deity or central supernatural force, whatever you want to call it, it's not out of animosity towards the supernatural or the spiritual. There is some spiritual element mixed in there.
Yeah, and I'd say even look at the Chinese communists. Their actions are very different in their motivation from the communists of the Occident. Much like sort of the new atheists, Occidental communists really had the same kind of thing, the same hatred of God, and this was fed by earlier atheistic philosophers who raged against God. Whereas in China, the sort of move to drive out religion, both Christianity and Confucianism, as a lot of people class that as a sort of religion, and Taoism, etc., was more a war on culture. It was destroying the Chinese culture. This was the the Cultural Revolution. It was all about basically destroying everything, buildings, temples, all of these things like the Terracotta Army. That would have been destroyed had it been discovered by the people in China, the Red Guard. So the motivations are very different, even though they both do not believe in God. The sort of the rage against the divine is really centralized in certainly the West.
Well, it's not. Well, Fedora atheism is basically just "fuck you, Dad," and there's just. That's not something that's in play.
Yeah.
I mean, in places where the church isn't mother and father, there's no reason for "fuck you, Dad."
Yeah, I'd agree with that. It's definitely a sort of teenage rebelliousness.
It gets frustrating for me when I try to talk to an anti-theist, because I'm trying to understand where they're coming from, but they come across as kind of like you said, it's more rebellion, and so, but they come across like, I went to church as a kid. That equals a serious theological study and everything.
Oh yeah, exactly.
And it's frustrating for me because they always precede their arguments with, "I've studied religion up and down," and then they'll throw like Lot and your daughters at you, or Lot and his daughters at you, and you're just like, "Oh my gosh, dude, you have studied zilch."
Yeah, I mean, they'll claim to have studied religion, and they'll throw out things like the Jesus story is based on Horus from Egyptology, which is just not even taken seriously in any academic setting at all. But they think that's very smart because Bill Maher tells them that it's smart.
I was talking to a Portuguese guy, and he was telling me, I think you're a pretty smart guy, so I don't get why you believe in God. Like, I've done all this research, and I've connected the dots, and I asked him, well, have you studied the Bible? And he's like, no. And I'm like, have you read any church fathers? No.
No,
And
I read The God Delusion. That was enough.
No, Mark. I mean, you joke, but yeah, that pretty much was it. I talked to him a bit more, and yeah, it was like, oh, I read The God Delusion, and there, God is not real. It's just like
needs a slap from Antonio Salazar. That's what it needs.
Yeah, I remember I used to deal with fedoras online, probably like 10 years ago almost. There was this one guy I used to interact with all the time, and he would always repeat these same talking points, and it was just funny, because after a while you realize this guy was just kind of repeating himself. Like, he'd throw out these things like, religion has caused more wars than all other things combined, or whatever. And I remember one time somebody actually said to him, that's a very bold statement, can you prove that? And of course he had no response to that. And it was just like he'd bring up his atheism all the time, and on the forum, it wasn't even like a forum for religion, it was just for talking sports, and it's like, these people are really dogmatic atheists. It's just strange how obsessive some people are with being atheists.
Well, the joke, an atheist, a CrossFitter, and a vegan walk into a bar. You know how I know? Because they told everybody within 2 seconds of being there.
I like that. I gotta remember that one.
I think I've heard some variation of that before, but it's good.
Well, the thing about fedoras is, like, there's stuff they bring up, like, the old pain problem. Well, if God is omniscient, omnipotent, and loves us, how come there's pain in the world? And they bring this up like as if 2,000 years of Christian history had passed and nobody had ever thought of that before.
Whoa!
It's like, you know, as if literally nobody in the church had ever sat down and tried to suss this problem out.
Yeah,
I'm
and
the first person ever to think of this. Yeah.
no, I mean that's so true. If you look at the earliest critics of the church from like the 100s, the 100 AD onward, I mean, a lot of the arguments they were making are exactly what people are making today. Like, oh man, you can't trust the apostles, or oh, Jesus was just a ripoff of all these other gods, or oh, it was a misunderstanding the Old Testament. I mean, it's all of these, and I think again that's kind of the aggravating thing when you talk to these people is they throw this out and they throw this out like it's new, and it's not. I mean, it's kind of like saying, oh man, I've got an argument no one's ever heard before. The Civil War was started over slavery.
Yeah, and there's just stuff that's awful, like, the whole thing about, well, Jesus is based on Horus and Mithras. It's like, well, once you understand how studies like that work, you realize what bullshit that is. I mean, for someone, I've got a master's degree in literature, and I can tell you absolutely that if you take any two stories, if you take, The Godfather and the Canterbury Tales, or if you take any two characters, you take, Oliver Twist and, Ignatius Riley, or whatever you got, any two stories, any two characters, and you tell me that my grade for a semester depends on writing a paper proving that these two are parallel and, exactly the same character, I can do it. That's just how that kind of thing goes. Any good post-grad literature student worth their salt can do that. So it's like, you bring this to me, oh, look, all these parallels between Jesus and Horus. Yeah, and?
Yeah, well, what they're doing is they're in essence begging the question that there is some catalytic connection between the two, or some sort of connection, and there just isn't any evidence. And especially if you look, I mean, just look at a few chapters of Irenaeus' Against Heresies, and some of the stuff they claim Christians were ripping off from, he's refuting against, or he's attacking. Like, oh man, Christians ripped off Egyptian zodiac. Yeah, some did. And guess what? All the normal Christians were critiquing them for it.
Hey, remember in, was that Dan Brown? People didn't think Jesus was a god until Constantine came along at the Council of Nicaea and said he was. Yeah. Thanks. Go learn some history.
Now, are you guys seeing a lot of, at least on my Twitter feed, there's a lot of people who are alt-right people who are more going in a fascist direction. So there's a rejection of Christianity there, and a rejection of theism, and it's more like, well, Christianity has master and slave morality, it's a slave morality, and it has like this Jewish influence, and we need to reject this whole thing because it's contrary to European values or Western values.
Look at how edgy I am. Okay, European values are Christian values. They haven't not been since the Battle of Milvian Bridge.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, yeah.
Well, my problem with that, first off, is one, I don't think I'm seeing a lot of that unless you get like the neo-pagans that are basically just like a masculine version of Wiccan. But the problem with that, if someone is taking that route, is number one, a lot of the founders of fascism were very pro-religion. Like, they were responding to the communist idea of removing religion, and their idea was, no, religion is part of a culture's identity and a people's identity, and you can't remove that. I mean, it's like we were saying earlier about Africans. There's just a natural inclination towards the spiritual. And so that's why, the early Italian fascists, they had no problems with the Catholic Church. Or in Spain, under the fascists, they were all about the Catholic Church. And even the Nazis, I mean, okay, I'm not going to argue Hitler's faith because I know that enters a whole weird area. But I know for a fact that Goebbels was very pro-Roman Catholic, and he actually liked the idea behind the Catholic Church of a united people, praying together, worshiping together, speaking the same language. Of course, this was pre-Vatican II, but a lot of National Socialists were all about religion and religious values. So if someone claims they're fascist and at the same time anti-religious, I'm sorry, history just works against you.
Well, Mussolini himself wasn't a huge fan of the Catholic Church, if you look at a lot of his statements.
No, I
but
won't deny that. But Mussolini and the Italian fascists, they sometimes butted heads a lot of times, like especially.
Yeah, Giovanni Gentile was a Catholic, quite a devout Catholic, I believe, and he was one of the chief ideologists.
Well, wasn't Mussolini the one who made the Vatican a separate country?
Yes, wasn't it the Lateran Accord or something? What was it called?
I don't know the name, but I remember reading about that a while ago.
Yeah, it sort of settled the age-old dispute. I guess up until that point, the Vatican had still laid claim to the Papal States and was technically under siege.
Yeah.
I think what's driving a lot of the animus right now, and it's probably more, I mean, it's the Catholic Church is really getting a lot of heat because of it, or it might be generating a lot of heat, and also I think the Southern Baptists, even with is the guy Moore, who's the president of it right now.
Russell Moore.
Yeah, and what they're seeing is the churches are encouraging immigration, and the people on the alt-right are saying, hey, we want to stop this. And it seems to me that there needs to be some sort of theology developed within Christianity about families and ethnic families, and maybe it's there, but I haven't read it, and maybe it's just not one of those things that hasn't been an issue up until now, so it hasn't been developed. But different families have a right to exist. So,
yeah.
Well, I mean,
the Bible endlessly talks about nations, so if they weren't to exist in the end times, I don't think they'd be mentioned in Revelations, right?
Yeah.
And it definitely talks about families. I mean, Paul talks about that extensively in his epistles, relationship between husband and wife. I even joke with my wife because she'll get mad at me for doing something to help her, and I'll be like, well, what does Christ do with the church? And then she gets mad because she can't respond. But I think the unfortunate thing is... Oh, thank you. She thinks so. I don't. But she... what was I going? I think the unfortunate thing is cultures, by and large, have rejected the family, and a lot of times the localized church reflects the culture, and I think that's where American Christianity is finding it. American Christianity, Western Christianity, wherever you like to call it, that's where it's finding itself right now.
Well, one of the dangers of Francis, or certainly of Francisism, we'll see how much that continues, is if this keeps up, there's going to be a schism. And if the schism happens, well, what will the factions look like?
Sedevuncatism?
Well, I mean, there's just going to be a split, and somebody's going to accuse somebody of being an anti-pope, and then we're right back to Avignon. So, what would the factions end up being? Who would end up on which side? And if there ends up being a sort of a traditionalist faction, what does that look like?
Do you think it might be sort of like the years leading into the Council of Constance, where you had factions where some people were very pro-papal power and some people were more pro-councils, like councils and meetings of the church in a more ecumenical sort of Eastern Orthodox structure?
It's hard to tell how it would break down. I will say, I think we are entering, we have been in an era of gigantism, of huge nations, huge organizations, huge corporations, huge churches, and I think we're entering an age of breakdown where everything is going to end up in multiple smaller pieces, and I don't want to see that happen to the church, with a bunch of different claimants all claiming to be the true pope and a bunch of different factions all claiming to be the true church. But I know I'd rather have that happen than, a progressive series of Francises who, pull us all further left right along with Cthulhu. If that happens, how does it not end up essentially just being Protestantism all over again?
Yeah, it's definitely a worry. I don't, it's hard to predict these things, isn't it? You don't know what's going to happen going forward. I mean, my worry would be that I think that you could only see a schism if there were absolute theological, let's call them, for lack of a better word, heresies, put in ex cathedra. So these can't just be off-the-cuff, stupid remarks on the Mexican border. They have to be ex cathedra changes to doctrine. Another Vatican II, for example. I mean, the Sedevacantists, correct me if I'm wrong, they go back to Vatican II and say all popes following that are illegitimate, right?
From what I understand, yeah, some of them would say that the seeds were planted before then, but that's sort of the breaking point. That's, not like 100 years or anything, but like the election of the Pope, it's sort of like Western culture in a way, and Western democracy. I mean, it starts from the bottom up, and then once it seeps into power, it changes. That's how they would argue. But yeah, basically, they kind of pinpoint the problem starting at Vatican II and all the popes after that. And some of them have said that they pointed to things said by popes that the Pope later, I forget what it was exactly, forgive me, but it was something one of the early popes said where it was really embarrassing, and people were like, "What? That's kind of heretical." And he later said, "Oh, that was the General Council. Don't worry about it." But he had earlier said, "Oh, that's just as good. That's what the Church is declaring."
Well, we're already seeing this kind of thing with the Anglicans, where, you're seeing them split into groups. You've seen them basically split in two, with each group saying, "We're the real Anglican Church."
Well, that is going to split because the Africans are not going to put up with what is coming out of England right now.
The Australians are actually, believe it or not, the Australian Anglicans are really upset with what's coming out. They're kind of making themselves semi-autonomous right now.
Well, there are certain societies, and I think there's a lot of truth about, sort of what neo-reaction is in this, where the vast majority of them are really left-wing, but the people who are right-wing are really, really, really right-wing. Like, if you ever met, like, a right-wing Frenchman or, a right-wing Dutch person, like, they're really right-wing. Sort of, the people who bother going to church at all anymore in Australia are going to be really serious about it.
Yeah, I mean, church attendance in Australia has dropped off very dramatically. It was one of the fastest, I think, to drop off. So I wouldn't be surprised if you are left with a lot more sort of radical people today.
Well, it would definitely shift the wheat from the chaff, I'm sure.
Which is why I think one of the points of hope for the Catholic Church is there was sort of a bubble of left-leaning priests where you had a sort of a transition point where being a priest was still high status enough, and especially, it has to be said, being a homosexual was still forbidden enough that you had a lot of people go into the priesthood for the wrong reasons, including being a homosexual and wanting to have and that sort of leading to a liking for a celibate lifestyle in a society where just being open about it was not acceptable. Well, that was sort of the case from the the 50s to the early part of the 80s, but at some point it became the truth that being a priest was not so high status anymore, so nobody was going into it for the status. Being a homosexual was accepted enough that if you just wanted to do that with your life, people wouldn't give you a hard time. So what you ended up with is the only people going into the priesthood anymore were people who were really religious and really serious about it. That's what you're going to find in priests who are in their 40s and younger. So once we sort of power our way through the bubble of lefty boomer priests, we're actually in much better shape.
Inshallah.
Yeah, I mean,
Great.
I'd say the same thing is almost true of the Orthodox Church. The sooner we're sort of out of the era of priests who had involvements with the former KGB, the better. And you know that's one of my hopes for the Russian Orthodox Church, is at least that today a lot of the hierarchy are people who were very well connected during the sort of Gorbachev era, whereas a lot of the people going into the priesthood in Russia today are very sincere and very I don't want to use the word militant, but quite militant about their faith, which only sort of bodes well for the future once sort of the power of oligarchs has faded.
I've heard in the Greek Orthodox Church that it's a very it's kind of a common situation there as well. The younger priests are much more hardcore about their faith. I mean, they'll wear like full priestly garb in 99-degree weather, whereas the older priests are, you know, doing in short sleeve shirts or whatever. And I'm kind of curious about that too, because I know certainly in America, from my personal experience and what I've heard, the Greek Orthodox Church is much more liberal and a bit more ecumenical than probably other Orthodox branches are.
Yeah, I'd say that's true. I mean, I attend Greek Orthodox Church now. There's no Russian one in any kind of near vicinity to me, so I go to.
Is there in Oregon?
No.
Okay. All right. Whew. That's close.
Yeah, no organs. You know, the instruments that God gave us are good enough. So yeah, I think that's the thing that most surprises people when they walk into an Orthodox church. They're like, "What's all this singing about?" They literally sing everything. Everything is sung.
That's how it's supposed to
quite
be.
nice. Yeah. I really like the explanation for that as well, that the only instruments worthy of glorifying God are the instruments that he made. So, but yeah, the Greek Orthodox Church, certainly, which is connected very much more so than the Russian Orthodox Church with the Patriarchate of Constantinople, is more ecumenical, it's more liberal. And I mean, this reflects the realities of Greece. I mean, Greece is, for all intents and purposes, a Western European country, despite its position on the southern tip of the Balkans. You know, you walk from Serbia into Greece, and it's night and day. I think maybe you'd have to walk through Macedonia first, and my geography is failing me. But yeah, it's reflective of the fact that really liberal culture has infected Greece since the EU. Greece was previously under a dictatorship, I believe it was under the Metaxas regime, which sort of gave birth to the current sort of milieu of far-right groups in Greece.
Well, you know, again, that relates to sort of what we're seeing on the right politically. I mean, now that we're sort of past the height of the boomers' political power, you know, the alt-right and even its, you know, to me, you know, by my standards, Trump is milquetoast and establishment, but by the establishment standards, he is a red meat waving, you know, flamethrower having radical, and sort of the rise of the real alt-right, the rise of the trumpeting shows that, you know, as someone said, it might actually have been you, Mark, in some column, something about how the age of genteel politics is over. You know, this sort of post-war political thing of Republicans and Democrats who all sort of, you know, stood for a lot of the same things and all assumed that the other one was, you know, people we might disagree with, but hey, they're good and they're well-intentioned, they want the best for the country. I mean, I even remember someone saying that in 1960, some newspaper actually had to print a voter guide to explain the differences between Nixon and Kennedy's policies because they were so similar to each other. And now, you know, we're in the age where we're past that. You know, the center is not holding; it's collapsing, and the left is getting absolutely batshit insane. While on the right, I think we're seeing the first genuine rightism that we have seen, certainly in Europe since, you know, since Franco died, and in America, maybe ever.
But at the same time, isn't that sort of where the conservative meme comes from? Is the fact that a lot of people on the right, because the left is being pulled further further left, a lot of the mainstream Republican Party are kind of being pulled reluctantly towards that as well, to the point where they have to compromise on certain issues.
I don't think it's reluctant at all. I think they want to do that, but I
Well,
also
maybe that's a poor choice of words. Maybe unintended on their part, like they don't mean to, but because of the system, that's the way they're going, and that's the way they think they should go. Yeah, right.
Well, remember too, we are still living in the era in which positions of serious power are mostly held by boomers.
Yeah.
You know, the Republican Party is still, and its associated organs, all the think tanks, all the, you know, Fox News, all of that kind of stuff, is still being, you know, controlled by mid to late boomers. And they're still in that era of compromise, and that's not what the future is. And whether Trump wins or loses, he's a wake-up call that era is over. You know, and we're never going to have it again.
So I think what's happened with the Republican Party, and I really don't know if it was intended to be this kind of borderline of, or the conservative movement, this kind of this border of, this is where you can go, and if you go any further, you're a heretic. But it seems like a lot of what's happened in the U.S. and the Republican Party it's just reality with any democracy, and especially with American democracy, where there's a lot of money to be thrown around by the government. You're going to have very powerful people who are going to give donations to their candidates. So those candidates are beholden to them, and they're going to do things that are going to, you know, Ann Coulter brings this up, and like the whole immigration thing. I mean, I think most of it is, you'll see on Twitter, they'll say, oh, it's the Jews, but I think it's, and maybe in Europe, maybe it is Soros. I don't know, but in the U.S., I think it's just pure money. It's you know, you have lower wages, so they encourage immigration, both on, you know, the lower end with the illegals and on the higher end with the H-1Bs, and so I think it's just money that's driving their decisions. And these corporations and these wealthy people, they're not particularly socially conservative. So when they have a candidate like Rubio or whatever says, oh, I'm very pro-life, once he gets in, it's not going to be a priority for him, because he's obviously just saying it just to get elected because he has a big socially conservative base. And I think that's what's happened. It's all about money. So
people feel like the difference with Trump is that people are tired of lip service. They see in Trump someone where there is at least some chance that the guy is actually going to do the things he promises to do. Whereas with the mainstream Republican Party, unless what you want to do is to protect big banks and cuck for Israel, you're not going to get what they promise you no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was actually a piece today where they were saying, like, really white people or just regular people who you want to go to work and raise a family, they haven't really had any options but the Republican Party, and that's why they've been kind of voting for him. But Trump's actually giving them a different option for a change.
yeah.
It looks like we lost Mark Citadel.
Yeah, I saw that.
Maybe he had to leave because I know he's in the UK, so it's pretty late over there. But just want to say thanks for stopping by, Mark, if you have to go. But thanks for hanging out with us for an hour.
You're awesome, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Big fan.
Yeah.
I love you.
So,
I totally forgot where I was going with that. Continue, gentlemen.
I wanted. Oh, sorry. I just wanted to say, anti-dem. You were saying earlier about how in 1960 the newspapers had to explain the difference between Nixon and Kennedy's policies, That reminded me of the book Coming Apart by Charles Murray, where he compared America in 1960 to America in 2010. And the way he described America in 1960 was one of where he was very, I don't want to say egalitarian necessarily, but it seemed like it was very, they had found sort of a medium where everything had kind of found like a happy medium and everything. And like he said, it was considered distasteful to be too opulent or to be too extravagant with money, and because
Well,
those people, yeah, go on.
people still had a modicum of class back then, is what it was. You know, modesty was still considered a virtue. You know, the golden age of Europe was the 100 years between the end of the Napoleonic Wars and the beginning of the Great War. Whereas the golden age of America was the 20 years between the end of World War II and the beginning of Vietnam. And for me, you know, we were talking before we went live about the anime Victorian Romance Emma and how it's kind of heartbreaking to watch, you know, to step one foot into the Victorian age while you're watching this thing and see everything we've lost. But you can even do that, you know, any TV show made before about 1967, or even any TV show made before Fred Silverman's Rural Purge in the early 70s. And if you guys don't know about that, basically Fred Silverman took over as head of programming at, I believe, CBS. And over the course of a couple years, from 1971 to 73 or so, he canceled a bunch of shows. At the time, CBS was known for having a bunch of rural-themed shows like Green Acres and all that. Some of these shows, you know, like Gunsmoke, were still in the top 10, and he canceled them to put on socially conscious shows like All in the Family and MASH. And you know, we can only guess why one would do that. But if you watch TV shows from before the Rural Purge, it's really heartbreaking seeing what this country was, what we had. Especially living here in California, I can't imagine the paradise this state must have been in 1964. It must have been a dream beyond comprehension, and it's all ruined. It's all torn to shreds, and it's just heartbreaking.
We certainly don't want to be one of those reactionaries that thinks everything. And I'm not saying you're doing this, but you know, we don't want to be one of those reactionaries that makes it seem like everything before a certain point was golden and perfect and there were no problems. Because yeah, there were, but I know exactly what you mean. There are certain treasures of culture that have been discarded, and you do kind of pine for that time when you wouldn't have to worry about it. Like, I've had conversations with my wife about, you know, would you want to live in the Victorian era or the Middle Ages or something like that? And it's like, okay, you'd sacrifice a lot, like medicinal advancements, but at the same time, you know, if I was living in medieval Europe, I probably wouldn't have to worry about being so open about my faith and my faith's morality as much.
Yeah, one thing you have to be careful of with the left is their tendency towards totalism, where, like, if a solution you pose wouldn't work completely perfectly for absolutely everyone under every single circumstance, then we can't consider it. You know, if it wouldn't cover every single possible edge case, even any possible hypothetical edge case, well, no, can't do that. Same thing with history. You know, okay, well, if there wasn't a point in history that was an absolute literal paradise with no problems whatsoever, then nope, sorry, we wouldn't want to take anything from that point. We wouldn't want to go back to that in any possible way. No, sorry. You know, the worst thing that you can say about America in 1960 was it didn't work real well for black people. Well, okay, I'd rather have a society that works great for, you know, 87% of the population and not so good for 13% of the population than what we got now.
It's even debatable whether it didn't work very well for black people, though, because, I mean, there were a lot more well-socialized blacks at the time. They had more intact families back then, so even that part is arguable.
Oh, yeah.
And of course, you know, what we've had in the last 50 years has been terribly dysgenic for the black population.
Mm-hmm.
You know, within that population, it's been, you know, let's pay the absolute worst people within this population to pop out as many kids as we possibly can. You know, well, I don't know that there's been any study of black IQ over the past 50 years, but I would just betcha it's gone down measurably.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. I mean, if you do look at figures of the fatherless epidemic within that community from about the 60s onward, I mean, it's just staggering.
And it has to be said that coincided with the hollowing out of our working class. So, you know, okay, if you've got a big population of people whose IQ is a standard deviation below, you know, the white average, well, making it so that, you know, decent factory jobs are not a thing that people have anymore, well, that ain't going to help. You know, yes, you know, you can look at the state of Detroit and say, you know, that the fact that Detroit is 90% black is related to the state that it's in, but also related to the state that it's in is the fact that, you know, whatever industrial infrastructure there was there just got completely hollowed out.
Right, it's a confluence of several factors.
That's why you need RoboCop.
We just had someone join our call. We have William, aka Teleologic Folkways. Are you ready to talk yet?
Yeah, can you hear me?
It's very low.
Is that better?
Yeah,
Oh, that's good.
better.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, you were with us on the first one we did. Do you want to introduce yourself real quick for anybody who's wondering?
Yeah, I noticed my volume was a bit low and I didn't listen to the whole thing back, but maybe I'll sit a little closer to my mic this time.
Yeah. How you doing? Oh, you're muted.
Tired, but I'm okay. I'm here.
Okay.
So who do we have today? Sorry, no, just carry on. Just I'll observe.
Hey,
Oh, Mark.
Hey,
Yeah,
there's
Mark.
Mark too.
Mark, what was going on? Did you have to leave or? Oh, you there?
The Illuminati got him.
Sorry, guys. Somebody shut me down.
Oh no!
Shut it down.
I was thinking maybe you had to go. So.
No, I would have signed off if that was the case. No, it's just internet suddenly went.
Okay.
What did I miss?
We were just talking about
You.
America in 1960.
Great. 1960, yeah. It's an interesting period.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll go on.
I was actually watching American Graffiti not too long ago, and man, that'll tear your heart out. You know, the fact that I mean, that's not an unrealistic depiction at all of what we were like then, and it's like, you know, trading, you know, as much as I like, you know, my iPhone and my Nintendo 3DS, trading the chance to live in that for a bunch of nigger tech is just not a good deal.
Hello?
Yeah, I guess you can't got everybody's tongue after that one.
Yeah. I hope we don't get showed for that. Or can I say that? I don't know.
Yeah, you can
for
say
everyone.
sure, that's fine.
It's being said. You were not the first to say it.
Well, I just mean I don't know if YouTube censors certain words or
Oh.
I don't know. Right?
Yeah, well,
about how
if
that
they did that, there wouldn't be a rap video anywhere on YouTube.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
true.
They're allowed to do it. They're allowed. We're not.
Well, maybe since you have an avatar that's just black and red, they can't determine what race you are, so they have to leave it for the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
I think Anti-Dem's avatar would probably give him away on that score.
He's
And
got
that's-
arrows. He must be a Native American.
I actually I don't actually wear a cross around my neck. I wear a kiro, a labarum with basically the X and the P crossed.
Yeah.
And the other day,
Makes sense.
someone asked me what it means, and I told them it just means that I really, really like Windows XP.
I miss it. I do miss it.
And they believed you, right?
It was a college student, so yes.
Okay.
Oh, well, that figures.
You know what? Not to keep returning to a subject for you guys want to move past it, but when we were talking about looking at past eras and how Nixon and Kennedy were similar, I think that there have been other periods of history where I remember John Derbyshire on Radio Derb once talking about, I think it was the 1924 election, where both candidates were conservative, he said. And he's like, let's pause for a sigh to remember that time. So I think you can see how if you look at some elections in the past, it did seem like the two parties didn't have that big a difference. I know also in 1940 when FDR was running for his third term, his opponent was actually a former Democrat who was just running as a Republican. So, because I guess they knew they were going to lose, so they didn't bother putting up somebody better. But
Well, I know a big criticism of democracy in the sense of when you have a two-party system is that what you get, and this kind of was, I guess, what I was trying to refer to earlier, is you in essence you don't really get two parties, you in essence get two wings of one ideology. One might be more a certain way, or one might focus a certain way than the other does. And I heard this, I don't know how true this is, I read this, and I think the book is Liberty or Equality. Some of you here might have heard that. But the author was talking about how the Nazis actually wanted to model their legislative body off the American one in that same sense, because you did have factions within the Nazi Party. You had some that wanted to focus more on the national part of National Socialism. You had some who wanted to focus on the socialist part of National Socialism.
Yeah.
I really want to research that more and see how true that is.
Oh yeah, well, it was an interesting sort of area of study for me. I think about it. It was a little over a year ago. I really got into sort of studying the internal politics of that regime and what was going on. It's really interesting to look at sort of all the moving parts, all the things that the different members were into. They
Well,
I
meant
weren't the sort of
I meant more so like whether or not they wanted to model their legislative body off like the Congress, or they
I
wanted
have no
to
doubt
model.
that there were some who did. Yeah, absolutely.
Because I know that some of the Nazis, like Goebbels, was much more socialist than Hitler was. Hitler was more nationalist first and foremost. In fact, Goebbels hated the fascists.
Yeah, Goebbels wanted Hitler kicked out of the party originally.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
The whole idea, I mean, if you look back at the very early days of the American democracy, George Washington warned us, don't have political parties. He thought they were an awful idea. He thought they'd be the death of democracy.
Oops.
And they formed immediately anyway. But the idea of a political party has always seemed a little bizarre to me. Like, for example, why did communist countries have a political party? Why did the Communist Party continue to exist in a communist state? It's not like they had any opposition, and if they didn't, what was the purpose of having them?
Well, it was for the sort of the spectacle of elections. I mean, it's North Korea has elections. It's just you can only vote for one party. So it was it's theater. It was just theater, I guess. And the party kind of delineated the haves from the have-nots in a society that was supposed to not have haves and have-nots.
Well, I think, too, in a lot of those systems, like in communism or fascism, it's very party-based because it's basically a defensive ideology. And so it's sort of like, okay, yeah, you have the quote-unquote Communist Party, but that's because the party identity is tied into the ideology. Even if you do have, like we were just saying, you have factions within a party, you still have a basic groundwork of here's the party, here's what it stands for, here's what's trying to promote, and so that's where that comes in to even like a one-party system of government.
I also think that, I think that leftism, in an odd way, like, never actually thought it would win, because its entire view of the world and of itself and of what it's doing is oppositional. So in a way, I think they almost don't like the fact that they won, because now what are they? I mean, if you tie up your entire self-concept in being a rebel, in being in opposition, well then once you win and you become the power structure, what are you anymore? Which is why, one reason why they do sort of permanent revolution, why there is no appeasing them, why there is no dealing with them, why you will never be able to cuck enough to get them to stop calling you a racist. It's because they have to do that. They have to portray the right, no matter how out of power, how defanged, how cucked they are, as the power structure, because their entire self-concept is caught up in the idea of themselves as the brave rebel.
Yeah, it's the classic Limbaugh theorem, which is weirdly, something that's sort of developed for kind of talk show listening conservatives, but can be adapted in a macro sense to the reactionary view. It basically just means they, even while having power, will be able to effectively feign that they don't have any power. And this doesn't just apply to Obama behaving as if he isn't the president. It applies to the left in general. I mean, they've been in undisputed power for so long, and yet still, there's the fight against the patriarchy. I mean, it's a real condemnation of their entire project that they've had this power for so long and still have not managed to get rid of the patriarchy or anything like it. It's a testament to their failure. So they have to kind of make up the story that, well, we've never actually been in power. It's like the old, well, nowhere ever had real communism kind of argument.
Well, one of my favorite stories to come out of the early days of communism was at the First International, all kinds of people who were sort of generally on the left-ish, non-mainstream were invited, including all kinds of anarchists and all that. And one of the people there was the Russian anarchist Mikhail Bakunin. And Bakunin got into an argument with Marx, who Marx eventually ended up throwing him out, where Bakunin, who was a principled anarchist who just believed in no government, he told Marx right to his face, and he put it this way because Bakunin was Russian. He said, "You could take any one of these bleeding heart leftists here, and if you put them on the throne of Russia with all that money and power available to them, within 5 years they'll be worse than the Tsar." And wouldn't you know it, he was right.
Well, well, well.
And the left has never, they should have stopped to consider a little bit more whether Bakunin was right.
Was Bakunin eventually executed, right?
I
can't remember what happened to him.
No, that was Bukharin.
I always get the two mixed up.
Bakunin was 19th century. So, yeah, easy to get them mixed up.
I think an important aspect of this, too, is there's an evolution of what the left fights against or what the left dislikes. I'm sure you guys have seen that meme. Where's the different ways of feminism? Like, first wave feminism is more the suffragettes, we just want to vote.
Yeah. Yep.
Second wave feminism is more like equality in the workplace, we want abortion. The third wave feminism is just like, who even knows anymore? And there's that...
Respect my pronouns.
Exactly, yeah. In fact, everyone in this chat must now refer to me as Za. That is my pronoun. But there is that evolution, because in essence it has to survive. and in order to survive, it has to find something to fight against. And sometimes that even comes from its own mistakes. I mean, heck, I mean, just look at what happened in Cologne in Germany and all over, well, not over Europe, literally, but, you know, I mean, widespread in Europe, you had these refugees who were let in. Now they're sexually assaulting the local women, even raping them, unfortunately. And the left doesn't respond to that with, well, let's try to fix what we in essence created. Now they're like, well, the real problem are the racists who are pointing this out. You know, so now they have to, in essence, add a problem on top of something caused by their own problem.
Yeah, they're endlessly just inventing stuff. I've just brought up, as you brought up the gender pronoun thing, something I saved to my images yesterday. It's like a full diagram of all the different genders and their symbols. And you've got bi-gender, gender fluid, demi-boy, something called a demi-boy.
I think I've seen that, yeah.
Gender fluid, agender, genderless, third gender, bipolar junction transistor, civil attack helicopter, mayonnaise.
Hey, I want to be that. That sounds cool.
Okay, here's something that I've quoted this little passage a few times. It's from a guy who calls himself Sultan Kanish.
Oh, I know his blog. I've visited it occasionally. He's not a Muslim, I don't think.
No.
Which
All
is
right,
not.
let me read this. It's really short. You can't find common ground with the left because it is an activist machine dedicated to destroy common ground, not only with the right, but even with its own allies on the left. Progress turns what was once progressive into what is reactionary, and what is reactionary into what is progressive. These changes have the mad logic of a Byzantine ideology behind them, but to the ordinary person, their definition of progress seems entirely random. A socialist a century ago considered factories to be progressive instruments of the future and men in dresses a decadent reactionary behavior. Now factories are reactionary pollution machines of globalization, and men in dresses are an oppressed victim group who have transcended biology with the power of their minds. And that really is true. I mean, you know, if you read some of the stuff from the progressive movement of Woodrow Wilson's day, you know, it's 108. I mean, there's some things that are constant, but there's a lot that's just 180 degrees from what you'll find on the left now. There's stuff in classical Marxism that's 180 degrees from what you'll find now. You know, when's the last time you heard any of these assholes worry about the white working class?
Yeah, my
Bernie paid some lip service to that.
You know, the last time I even heard any of them pay lip service to that was, you know, a Dick Gephardt speech circa 1987.
I remember Dick Gephardt.
I was just thinking, I visited my parents recently, and my mom was researching, I forget what it was exactly, but long story short, she gave me a book that was written by a group of suffragettes in the early 20th century that was basically talking about biblical passages. And, you know, at first, I'm thinking, oh my gosh, you know, I'm going to open it, I'm going to read that, you know, Jesus was a woman, or Mary was the secret 13th apostle, or something like that. You know, think of what you see nowadays. And it was actually, I'm not going to, you know, endorse it 100%, but as I'm kind of looking through it, it was actually really, really tame by today's standards. I mean,
anything would be from that era.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is, you know, by our standards today, they were just like, whoa, hey, wait, you know, you're using the Bible to attack women. Let's look at this, you know, rationally. But back then, I mean, that was like super, super, super progressive.
Yeah. Well, they will use whatever they need to do to attack you. And this is, by the way, one of the things I wanted to sort of bring up at some point, which is, what is actual Christian charity? What exactly are we commanded to do? What are the limits of it? What are we told not to do? And the same thing with Christian mercy, because, you know, you'll have people on the left who will say, you know, if you guys don't conform to our definitions of what Christian charity and Christian mercy are, then you're some kind of hypocrite. And to me, it's like, no, you know, there are definite limits on those in Christianity. I mean, for example, he who will not work, let him also not eat. I mean, that's what the Bible tells us from my interpretation about Christian charity is if someone can't work, then you take care of them. If they can work and they just don't want to, then not only are we allowed to let them starve in the street, we are keenly encouraged to let them starve in the street.
What's sloth? Sloth,
Yeah,
isn't it?
I think that, from what I've heard, that's actually how charities in America used to work. They would, like, if somebody came to the charity saying, I have need of money or whatever, they would first send them to and say, okay, if you want us to help you, here's an axe and go out back and chop some wood for us. And that was basically their way of saying, of ascertaining whether you're just being a lazy bum who wants a handout or whether you actually are willing to work for what you get.
Well, no, yeah, and Antidem's right. I mean, when you look at the culture back then, the reason you had charities was because those people who were helped, for one reason or another, I mean, obviously I don't have a list in front of me, but, like, for example, when Christ heals the man with the withered hand, he, in essence, gave him a job, because back then, if you could not work with your hands, you did not have a job. If you were a leper, you were an outcast, so you couldn't support yourself. That was the whole reason of the tithe, which a lot of megachurches forget, was to support the Levites because they didn't have any land, which meant they couldn't feed themselves. So the tithe was, in a way, a charity to them. So yeah, when you look at the poor back then, the reason they were poor was they couldn't work. They weren't panhandlers going out saying, "Hey man, can you feed my 10 kids and the 20 cats I got? I need money for the bus,
pay
man."
for my children.
Yeah, exactly.
That Cantwell video pissed me off so much.
Yeah. But yeah, like the blind man in John chapter 9, I mean, they didn't have too many jobs for the blind back then. It wasn't like nowadays where, you can accommodate for the visually impaired. If you were blind, you were unemployed.
Well,
Yeah.
if you propose to deal with poverty via the same methods of the New Deal today, the left would call you an absolute monster, a Nazi, a slave driver, because, the WPA was, okay, you're poor? Well, all right, we will put you to work on a government project. You show up at this place at 6 o'clock in the morning, we'll put a shovel in your hand, we'll put a hard hat on your head, and you're going to work from 6 in the morning to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and then we'll give you some pay.
Well, what's funny is even in some communist countries, it worked like that. Like, I was talking to a Romanian fellow I knew, and I told him about this panhandler I'd encountered, and he said he had grown up under communist Romania, and he said, if they tried that then, the police would have beaten him up and then thrown him in the factory.
Yeah, and that's how a lot got built in this country. I can level my complaints at FDR, but at least his solution to poverty built the Hoover Dam.
And while we're on the subject of charity and government policy, this is something I've gotten in conversation with a lot of people, is when you look at, because people are like, oh, well, Jesus said here and the apostles did this here, they throw passages from Acts and Matthew out, but then they apply it to government service. And the problem is, number one, when you look at all those passages they cite, like when it talks about, they were never, I've got Acts chapter 4 in front of me, but, it talks about they threw everything at the feet of the apostles. They were no one ever had anything in need. When you look at that, first off, it was always voluntary, okay? It wasn't a tax. It wasn't, government enforced. And two, it was done within the church. It was a context of a local church. It was, look, someone in church needs help. Let's get together, voluntarily donate, and we'll help them out. I would actually argue, because a lot of people bring up the sheep and the goats, I would argue if you look at that full context, it's talking about believers helping each other out under persecution. It talks about you visit me in prison. It's talking about believers who are in prison and they're being supported by fellow believers. So, I mean, long story short, again, it's not within a government context. Okay, Christ was not teaching socialism. the early church did not advocate socialism by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, you can quote, cherry pick verses all you want, but when you look at how the early church operated, that just wasn't the case.
They like the Good Samaritan too, but I mean, I always point out that the Good Samaritan, while he was helping the guy, was not at the same time knifing other Samaritans in the back while he was doing it.
Yeah, again, it was no different than, say, like if I'm driving along and I see a guy's pulled over and his car smoking or whatever, and I get out to help him. I'm doing that of my own free will.
Doesn't Mark start with is it Acts 7? They sold all they had, and maybe it's later than that even. He starts with that as his example of the starting of socialism. I mean, I'm saying Marx is right, but
well,
the context. What is it? They sold everyone. Imagine they didn't sell everything. They sold pieces of property and then had it in common.
I heard someone once say that that giving to charity is sort of in a way, it is a minor form of martyrdom. You're not martyring yourself, dying for the cause, but you are suffering for it. You're giving something else up for it. Well, if I walked into, Jerusalem and plunked myself down in front of the procurator and said, "Hey, this place needs some Christian martyrs. I know that Citadel guy. Why don't you martyr him?" Well,
why you got to martyr me?
Well, does that make me a good person? Does that make me a good Christian?
How come I never get martyred?
Yeah, for me to say, "Hey, I think you should martyr that guy." Well, if we're not going to say that, then in the same sense, we can't say, "Hey, I think you ought to take that Citadel guy's money and give it to the poor." That's not me being virtuous either.
Yeah, just don't expect the liberal to even get that far in their thinking. They will have their eyes will have glazed over by that point.
I found the passage in Acts. Do you guys want me to read it, or?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Yeah, this is Acts chapter 4, verses 32 onward. I'm reading from the New American Standard because America. And the congregation of those who believed were of one heart and soul, and not one of them claimed that anything belonging to him was his own, but all things were common property to them. And with great power the apostles were giving testimony to the resurrection of the Lord Jesus, and abundant grace was upon them all. For there was not a needy person among them, for all who were owners of land or houses would sell them and bring the proceeds to the sales, of the sales, and lay them at the apostles' feet, and they would be distributed to each as any had need.
Right, yeah, so that, I mean, they're helping, that's not communism. I mean, for crying out loud.
Well, again, this is the church. Okay, they're not selling everything and giving it to the entire town. This is within the church. It's the church helping each other out. In other words,
which is struggling, exactly.
Yeah, so like if Mark's car breaks down, he can't get to church. I say, "Buddy, look, I'll give you a ride. Hop in." I'm sharing my car. Oh yeah, you're welcome. It might take a while for them over in America, but
yeah, they laid it at the feet of the apostles. They did not lay it at the feet of Pontius Pilate.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But government is the name for things we do together. At gunpoint.
Yay.
Put a bit of Stefan Molyneux in there. I mean, do you want me to be shot? That's what it's going to be. That's what it comes down to. I mean, I guess that is sort of what the government is, but...
Hey, a slave plantation is also a name for something that we do together.
Yeah, exactly. It really, and that they don't seem to like that concept anymore.
Well, here's I don't mean to kind of jump subjects here, but do you guys ever find when you're having discussions with other people about politics, you almost have to kind of explain terms, because a lot of people have preconceived notions of like what state is or what government is.
I can't even explain to people what right means. I mean, for crying out loud, I just don't bother anymore. Seriously, I don't try to do sort of evangelical, political work among people. I just, I write what I write on the internet, and people can read it if they want. I'm not going to get into arguments with people who don't even people who think that David Cameron is a far right kind of guy. It's just then.
Yeah, same with me. I got to say, in my personal life, like, you would never have any idea, because I don't talk politics, with any of my IRL friends. Every so often I'll meet up for dinner with one of the other, like, local reactionaries, and we'll talk a little bit. But like, of the people I actually know in real life, there's like one of them that knows about anti-dem, and he was already pretty far right anyhow. So that's actually, if you guys ever read my blog post about Psycho Dish, he's like the only person who knows.
I remember that one.
I did read your recent one on My Wife Who Is Better Than Richard Spencer's.
Well, My Wife Who Is More Fash Than Richard B. Spencer.
Yes.
Yeah, I kind of hope Richard B. Spencer doesn't read that.
I don't think he will, but maybe he will.
Well, I only ask because when I first started studying politics as theory, it was actually with the writings of Italian fascism like Giovanni Gentile, and that's when I started realizing these terms, they're not just completely interchangeable or anything like that. And I was talking to a friend of mine who's kind of also interested in politics. He's still kind of mainstream GOP. I think I'm winning him over. But he agreed with me on, a lot of people, they confuse state and government as being the same thing, or maybe in their own political ideology it is the same thing, but in a lot of cases it's completely different. Like, state might be a wider umbrella of a society or a culture than, say, just the government itself.
Yeah, I only read today that Gentile was assassinated. I didn't know that prior.
Oh, I didn't know that either.
Yeah, he was assassinated. It's kind of ironic. He was. There were a group of anti-fascists that were in prison, essentially, and Gentile had gone to the courthouse to argue for their release. And on his way out, he was shot by anti-fascists. So,
I might not surprise.
Yeah, well, don't cast your pearls before swine, as they say.
Well, there's stuff like this is one of those things, again, where the left constantly tries to hang Christians on their own beliefs as being hypocrites for not having the same interpretation of certain words that they on the left do. Like, love thy enemy. Well, what is Christian love? Same thing, again, with charity. Well, Christian love doesn't mean, love is love, let's wave the rainbow flag. That's not even close to it. Christian love doesn't mean I approve of what you do. Basically, it means, I will fervently pray that someday you will see the error of your ways and will accept Jesus Christ so you don't end up spending eternity in the lake of fire. That's what Christian love means.
Yeah, and I mean, even the definition of enemy is, what kind of enemy are you talking about there? Are you talking about somebody who's immediately trying to kill you, or?
Right, I mean...
I was actually just reading that the other day. Oh, sorry, go on.
Oh, no, sorry. I was just going to say that, I think the issue is the left will try to define love as this vague notion that they can just kind of fill everything in. But yeah, love always has an object, and it always has an identity of something. And it's always different. It's not egalitarianism. Like, for example, I've got a wife and daughter. I love my wife and I love my daughter, but I don't love them the same way. Just as I love my, I have a mother, and obviously, but I love my mother differently than I love my wife, but I love them both.
Yes,
love is not
storge.
Exactly. But at the same time, love doesn't mean it doesn't mean something vague to where, oh, well, if I know my neighbor is marrying his goat, I should approve that because, love wins. At the same time, it doesn't mean I'm suicidal. I mean, if you're breaking into my house and I'm standing there at the door with my .38, and I'm defending my wife and child, sorry, I'm not going to worry about a vague notion of love at that point.
Yeah, I'm going to shoot you 3 times, and then as you spit out your last couple of breaths, I'm going to fervently hope that you genuinely repent.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm going to drop off and get the kids to bed.
All right, well, it's good. Thanks for joining us, Mark. It's really good.
Toodles.
Yeah,
Thank
good
you
to
for the conversation.
see your avatar
Have a
again.
good night.
Right? And again, it's like Christian forgiveness. What the left doesn't intentionally doesn't understand is Christian forgiveness is a process. First comes repentance, then comes atonement, then only then comes forgiveness. And it is a sin in and of itself to forgive an unrepentant sinner. That's why you've got to go to confession before you can take communion. You must first repent before you can be forgiven, and it is heresy to forgive an unrepentant sinner.
Well, people think forgiveness doesn't involve any responsibility. It's just sort of, oh, I love, therefore I forgive. But it's like, look, if my daughter misbehaves, and I punish her, and she shows remorse and she tries to make right, obviously she's repenting, but she's showing she recognizes what she did was wrong. Same thing if I do something to my wife that's wrong, and I feel bad and I apologize to her. I identify what I've done as wrong. I'm not just going to say to my wife, hey, you should just forgive me because, love or something. Or, yeah.
Mm.
Well, yeah, it's this idea that's so very modern of you can have the goodies that lie at the end of a process without having to go through the hard work of the process. But, for example, getting paid is nice, but it's part of a process where first you get hired, then you do work, then you get paid. If I just showed up at, Google headquarters and knocked on the door and said, hey, could you guys give me a paycheck? They'd say, did we ever hire you? No. Did you do any work for us? No. Can I have a paycheck anyway?
No.
Well, that's not how it works.
Yeah. And the thing is, they'll demand that Christians forgive people, but they will never forgive anybody for anything. I mean, they still haven't forgiven, people for slavery after all these years. They have no forgiveness in them at all.
I feel bad for the Germans right now.
Yeah, I was just looking at something up that I'd heard. This is from a speech that the Orthodox Martyr Corneliu Codreanu gave at Carmen Silva in April 5th, 1936. He said to his fellow legionnaires, he said, "Dear comrades, to you who have been struck, maligned, or martyred, I can bring the news, which I wish to carry more than the frail value of a casual rhetorical phrase. Soon we shall win. Before your columns all our oppressors will fall. Forgive those who have struck you for personal reasons. Those who have tortured you for your faith in the Romanian people, you will not forgive. Do not confuse the Christian right and duty of forgiveness and forgiving those who have wronged you with the right and duty of our people to punish those who have betrayed it and assumed for themselves the responsibility to oppose its destiny. Do not forget that the swords you have put on belong to the nation. You carry them in her name you'll use them for the punishment unforgiving and unmerciful. Thus and only thus will you be preparing a healthy future for this nation."
I don't think
Wow,
love
that's
won
good
with
stuff.
that.
Yeah, he was a great man. I so enjoyed reading his autobiography, I have to say.
Let's not forget, forgive your enemy implies having enemies.
Yeah. And there's different, I think there's just different gradients of enemies, and there's different motivations. Somebody who's just coming after me for a petty grudge or something like that is different from, somebody like Tim Weiss. I mean, you guys familiar with Tim Weiss?
Put him in the oven.
Yeah, well, let's
Tim,
keep
why?
let's keep it PG, guys. But I mean, you get it, right? It's different from the guy who tripped you in high school. It's a totally different kind of ball game and gradient that you're dealing with. It's the level of evil that you're combating, and the devil doesn't get forgiveness, does he?
Well, and again, to kind of go back to my breaking down my door analogy, and maybe some will say that's too extreme an example, but there's a difference between, say, like if I have a neighbor who's an anti-theist and he makes snide remarks at me, I'm not. That doesn't mean I get to insult him back or I get to like kill his dog or something. But if he gets super drunk one night, gets a knife, and he's trying to bang down my door to kill my family because we're believers.
Just shoot him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I've got 5 little friends. They all run faster than he does. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Cooking
like the
them
idea
down,
that
the skin's getting nice and crisp.
and it's almost like some people have this version that love means never making any judgments whatsoever.
Oh yeah, well the concept of judgment is just completely distorted in the modern world. If anyone says that, just ask them, what do you mean by judge? And say, I'm not a judge. I don't hold a judge's position. What do you mean by judge?
Well, yeah, I mean, I had a debate with a Fedora once where he was like, he brought up that point, and I was like, no, what it means is I am not in the position of judging someone's soul. I am not the person who decides whether they go to heaven or hell because I don't know what's inside their soul. However, I am not only permitted to, I am required to judge actions.
Yep, exactly.
To say this is right and wrong. And the guy was like, well, where does it say that in the Bible? And my response was, the whole thing.
Well, Christ, I believe is, I know it's in John. I think he's talking to Pharisees. He's saying when you judge rightly, or judge justly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's the famous verse about take the speck out of your own, or before you remove the speck from your brother's eye, take the plank out of your own eye. It says, for by the measure that you judge, you will also be judged. So it is sort of implying that yes, you can judge, just make sure you're not judging hypocritically or.
Right. Well, people love to quote Matthew chapter 7 verse 1 and stop there and try to say, oh, well, Christ saying never judge. It's like, keep reading. He's talking about hypocritical judgment. If I know a brother is struggling with a pornography addiction and I'm cheating on my wife, I mean, I'm not, but if I am, and I start lambasting him and saying, you are such a sinner, you're going to hell, okay, God's going to say, well, let's see, you're mighty hard on him and you've got this bigger issue dealing here. Yeah, guess how I'm going to treat you. I mean, that's what Christ is talking about there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I think he was pointing out that I think there was a good sense that was what was going on with the Pharisees, that they were
You're a little quiet now, Mark.
spotless people that people think they
are. Are you far from your microphone, Mark? Because you're a little quiet.
Oh, sorry. Is that better?
It's a little. Try again.
Hold on.
Is that better?
It's a little like it's kind of crackly.
It's clipping.
Yeah.
Disconnected and reconnected.
We did. I could hear what you. I heard what you said. It was just very quiet. I hope it comes through to the rest of the people listening.
For our viewers at home.
What?
For our viewers at home.
Yeah, later in that passage, then it says in verse 6, give not that which is holy unto the dogs, and cast not your pearls before swine, lest they trample them under feet and turn again and rend you. So obviously discernment is required in a certain kind of condemning discernment. I mean, if you're deciding somebody is a dog or someone is a swine, you're using your faculties of reason to size somebody up and make a kind of judgment about them. So obviously it's this overly simplistic take on these things where you take one passage and that becomes like the God, the law that you must adhere to without any kind of other considerations. So this is one of the problems, I think, that we're kind of facing in our churches that are sort of allowing themselves to be increasingly lefted, essentially.
Oh yeah, I mean, you have. Well, first off, I think a lot of times when I hear people quote Matthew 7:1, they're either coming from a liberal church background or they're anti-theists who are just repeating, they're just parroting really what they've heard online. You know, it's just
telling
like,
you how to be a Christian.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, like, oh, well, but Matthew 7:1. And then if you try to walk them through it, well, they don't care because they're just trying to find a gotcha moment. They don't really want a conversation, which does fit in well with verse 6 at that point.
A good rule of thumb is that any non-Christian trying to tell you how to be a Christian should be disregarded.
Oh, I just got that the other day on my channel. Somebody was telling me I was mean, too mean to be a Christian.
You know, William, you had that video where you were talking about how your church was sponsoring a refugee family. Where do you think? Do you want to talk about that at all?
Oh,
Is there any news on that?
oh, it's happening. I haven't. I was never asked to play music, but I think that's at the concert. But that's probably because my priest knew where I was coming from, so I wasn't asked.
You got
I'm
silenced.
Yeah, essentially. I mean, I wasn't going to do it. I mean, how could I, do this sponsor thing after, it would be kind of hypocritical of me to participate in it. I mean, we've done it, they've all gotten in there and done their thing, and it's, I mean, I'm mixed on it, obviously. I mean, it seems in some way, I guess it seems to be the right thing to do. On the other hand, it's part of a, geopolitical thing that, none of these people are willing to kind of see the complexity of, other than those who kind of lean more towards the outside, towards the left, and they actually do have kind of a desire to see the world burn, just like the leftists that are at the university here that are kind of part of this. I mean, they see this as an opportunity to destroy the state, essentially. I mean, they actually have talks on this, that the refugee crisis is a means of destroying borders and destroying the state. So, and there seems to be within Christianity a kind of resentment now in the SJW wing, where they're just desiring to destroy Europe, even some kind of resentment for Europeans rejecting the church or Christianity, or they've decided that progress and technology and Western society is the bane of the world, and they sort of buy into this whole thing that if we were just gone, then the world would be better. If the world were just full of poor people, it would be a better world somehow.
Well, because the rich people are exploiting them, right?
Yeah, exactly. And as if there wouldn't be a new class of whoever had the highest IQs left and the greatest ability would then rule over who remained. I mean, it's just,
is my mic coming through all right now?
Perfect.
Yeah, you sound better now.
Oh, good. I don't know what the hell that was.
Did you restart, or did you just?
Yeah, I restarted. More people trying to shut me down, I guess.
Shut it down.
Shut it down.
Kosher gremlins.
Oh, yeah.
Well, one of my ideas for an upcoming blog post is, you can learn a lot watching VH1 Behind the Music. And I was watching this one about Guns N' Roses, and basically how the band struggled so hard to get to the top. Then once they did, Axl Rose kind of self-destructed, because if your whole life is that struggle to get to the top, then once you do get to the top, what do you have to do with yourself? And I wonder whether that's sort of, in a sense, what happened to the West. And I think this happened in the 19th century, really. We reached a height of civilization, and we almost didn't know what to do with ourselves after that. And you see in literature of the time this fear that the only place it can go from here is downhill. Then the Great War comes along, and we've spent the last 100 years slowly self-destructing. Much like Axl Rose. I wonder whether that's it. I wonder whether we just sort of can't. I mean, once we do reach success, whether we just can't quite handle it.
I do think there is something in human nature to that. I mean, I used to work for this one place, and they got top in the area. It was actually a media station, but they got top in the area. They became #1. And instead of basically saying, okay, we've gotten the lead, let's now consolidate, let's defend what we've achieved, they basically said, okay, what can we worry about now? And from there, I mean, they self-destructed. I mean, they started worrying about this. They started treating their employees like crap. They started going after all these different things without any real focus. Started hiring the wrong people, and now they're in decline. I mean, they're no longer #1. Now they're kind of edging downwards towards #3. So I do think there is something in human nature where you set a goal or you set kind of a pinnacle, and then once you reach there, it's almost like you panic and you just go right back down into your little groundhog hole.
I think what I've said gives, I guess, longevity to the cult of progress. Is that its targets, its utopia is so intangible. It's not like the communist or national socialist utopias that were described. You could actually achieve those utopias. Now, you achieve them and then you'd find out that they weren't actually utopias. They were sort of dystopian. But for the progressive, he really doesn't have a fixed utopia. It's constant progress, constant change of goals. They achieve one, well, now there's a new one. They got over the whole sort of racial issue in the United States, and suddenly the gender issue popped up, and who knows what we're going to see next.
Right, well, that's like what I said earlier about it always evolves. It always looks for an enemy. It always looks.
They're in constant revolution, constant rebellion.
Yeah.
Do you think in some ways then a society like when Europe had these frequent wars, like minor wars popping up, do you think that kind of helped keep them on their toes?
What do you mean minor wars? Which ones are you talking about?
I've heard that like World War I was the first like total war, but there used to be wars every so often throughout Europe. Like,
Crimean War, all these other,
right. So like, do you think
war is constant? Maestra certainly thought war was constant.
Oh yeah.
That's what liberals hate him for.
Well, I think in regards to war, I think usually you have a build-up to something. I mean, World War I was kind of everything that had progressed in the past 100 years since the downfall of Napoleon, kind of reaching a hilt.
Yeah. The rise of nationalism was essentially had sort of reached its apex there, and then you saw the death of empire. Really, World War I was. A lot of people say World War II is really the death of empire, but it's actually World War I when that it's really the death knell of the British Empire.
Oh, sure, yeah.
The other empires, they all begin to decline and lose their territory after that, and we sort of descend into a kind of more sort of vulgar nationalism, which of course then spreads. I mean, this is how a lot of these places lost their empires, is that you had nationalism in Arabia, you had nationalism in North Africa, nationalism in Asia. It spread everywhere, the idea of the nation, which comes from, I mean, it originally was a left-wing ideal against the imperial concept, and to a lesser extent the concept of the city-state. I mean, there are very few city-states around today than there were, a while ago. We've only got sort of a few holdovers like San Marino and Vatican City.
And Andorra. Don't cut them short.
Oh yeah, well, Andorra. Andorra's among the countries that I've actually been to, but I only passed through it. It was under a tunnel.
Yeah, me too. I've been to Luxembourg, but it was on the way to Germany.
Yeah, me too. Luxembourg is very much overrated, I think, in people's minds. I didn't think much of it. I was more impressed with Belgium.
I sometimes joke, no offense to any Luxembourgians here, but I sometimes joke that Luxembourgers, thank you.
Yeah.
Luxembourgites. I sometimes joke that Luxembourg seems like the cockroach of Europe, because you think you kill it and then it pops back up. Like, you're looking through the history book, and it's like, oh, it got conquered. Then you turn the page, it's back on the map. It's like, what?
Yeah, I don't know why people keep giving it independence. It's such a stupid little state.
I'm just saying, if France invaded, would anyone miss it?
Well, same is true of Belgium. I mean, for crying out loud, why is Belgium a country? It's not even like a group. It's split between French and, is it Dutch or Germans? I can't even remember.
Flanders and the Walloons.
Yeah, the Walloons.
Flemish and Walloon.
Yeah.
It used to be owned by Holland, right?
Yeah, you probably did. I'm sure, I'm sort of popping up ideas of the different nationalist movements in the Netherlands during World War II, and I'm trying to sort of piece it together. I know they wanted to carve up Belgium and get pieces of it back.
Oh, yeah. Well, they tried. Didn't they kind of want to do that with Germany? Weren't there some parts on the west that they kind of wanted to take from the German state?
Oh, yeah, well, certainly in the Rhine, in the area of the Rhineland, those areas suffered massively in terms of their economies because of the Treaty of Versailles. And there was actually sort of a plot by the French to break off a large region in the Rhineland, which would declare independence from Germany and then subsequently be annexed by France. And I was reading about this interest. It's interesting how I sort of came to read about this because there's a guy called Edgar Julius Jung, who was a very much a German reactionary thinker. He was a Catholic traditionalist, and he organized the assassination squad that went in to this area that had declared independence and shot the guy who'd done it. And then France wanted to arrest him. He went back into Germany. He ended up being killed during the Night of the Long Knives because he did not like the National Socialist regime rising to power. But interesting guys. Another one of these people. It's very unfortunate that their works aren't translated. Similar to Ottmar Spahn, Arctos really needs to get on it. I mean, there's a growing sort of audience for a lot of this sort of old reactionary literature, which is just inaccessible to people who don't speak those languages.
Yeah, and usually when you do find it, it's like in Google Books or something. You gotta pay like $50 for it or something like that.
Yeah, I got a text of Ottmar Spahn's De wahre Stadt, or The True State, which is supposedly very good. But it's all in German, and I opened it up, and it's copied in this horrible font. And if you copy and paste the font into Translator, it comes up with all sorts of weird symbols. So I'm trying to then decipher what each letter is, but the font is so horrible. It's one of these sort of German Gothic fonts that every S looks like an F, and you just can't make it out. And you'd have to do it for the entire book. So I tried to attempt it on the first page and couldn't. So Arctos needs to do that for me.
Yeah, basically might as well be translating Chinese at that point.
So it makes every page look like a heavy metal album cover.
Yeah, you know the kind of font it is. It's that sort of castle Gothic font. It's horrible. But everything in German was written in that font at that time.
The graphic designer in me says, "Hey, at least it's not papyrus."
I think papyrus gets a bad rap. A lot of printers can't handle it, obviously, but I don't know. I don't mind papyrus.
I can tell you as a graphic designer, the reason a lot of people give it a bad rap is because it gets so overused. Like for a lot of people, especially if they're doing like an indie book cover, it's like the
highest-grossing movie of all time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the default cool font. Like, I need a font that looks cool. Oh, hey, papyrus font. There you go.
It was sort of new.
I miss Snap ITC. Do you know that one?
I think so. Yeah.
People stopped using that a lot. But how the hell have we gotten this Christian reactionary hangout discussion onto fonts?
I like franchise.
Just don't use Comic Sans.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go for it.
I don't know. Just if the two people on the far left there, our left wing people. Although I've met Giovanni through the arts hangout, I guess, right? that correct?
Arts Hangout?
Oh, maybe not. There's another guy.
Are you on? Wait, are you on? Are you on? Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about on Facebook.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Yeah.
Oh, you're not also on the Wolves one. You're just on the Facebook one.
I'm on Facebook. I made my Facebook account just for that. I'm on Twitter too, though.
Oh, cool. Yeah. I'm William Scott on that Facebook group.
Okay. Or you had a question?
No, I just wonder and Anti-Dem, what your backgrounds are, Christian backgrounds are.
Oh, I'll let Anti-Dim go first.
Oh, this question again.
Sorry, just be brief. I'm just trying to. I was on the last one, and the other three of us were on that as well.
Well, okay. The big long story. If you go on YouTube and search for the Chipotle effect, just like Chipotle, the burrito restaurant, you're going to find Millennial Woes' dramatic reading of my blog post in which I explain the entire thing.
Okay.
But essentially, I was converted in Russia, where in the Russia church convert you.
Are you serious, Anti-Dem? You were converted in Russia?
Oh, you never saw that story?
No, I haven't seen that yet.
Okay, so yeah, either on my blog if you want to read it, or Millennial Woes' channel. It's. I'd rather have you do that than try and do a ghetto explanation of it, because
I'll go and listen to Woes.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
it's good to listen to. So
it took me 2 months to write that blog post, so it's the story exactly the way I want to tell it.
Yep. Good.
So you were converted to Catholicism in Russia?
Well, to sort of general Christianity, and
then right, okay.
Took a while to make it official.
Yeah, same with me. I mean, I was non-denominational for a year. I think you do get into that kind of sort of middle ground where you're not really ready to commit to anything serious yet, but you basically sort of believe the doctrine.
Yeah, that's well, we'll go with that. That's a good way to put it. But I was not raised in a very religious household at all. Especially with my mother is half Jewish, half Anglican. So
oh dear.
that. Oh yes. Yeah, my grandfather on that side is a New York Jew from the Upper West Side of Manhattan who was drafted into World War II, ended up in the 8th Air Force in England, and one day he was in his Quonset hut playing his clarinet, and yes, I know they call that the Jew horn, and it is.
I thought the shofar was the Jew horn.
No, that's the official. That's the formal Jew horn. So he's in his Quonset hut playing his clarinet, and the door opens, and an officer walks in and says, "Who's playing that?" And he's the only one with a clarinet in his hand, so the officer says, "Come and follow me." And basically, my grandfather ended up spending the rest of the war in the 8th Air Force swing band that would go around to all these bases in England and would play shows for the troops. So he played
nice.
In those days, the big stars had come over and play with him. So he played with Benny Goodman, with the Dorsey brothers, with all these guys. So at some, hop on one of these bases, he met this 17-year-old English girl, and they ended up getting married and moving back to New York-ish. In 1947, my mom was born. So there you go.
Gnarly.
Now that you have a Jewish grandfather, anytime you post on the TRS message boards, everybody starts trolling you.
Oh yeah, that's been happening.
No, I think Anti-Dem is now such a big name that it's kind of faded into the background. He's not under suspicion.
Well, yeah, but I know that if you've ever seen the TRS message boards, there are a lot of real super spurgs there. So they, but Yeah, I remember our anti-dem was saying, like, was trolling him back. He's like, I shouldn't be posting now, it's Shabbat, or something.
Wait till Shemitah ends.
Oh, yeah, these schmucks. You make me feel like a shambil when you post like that.
Oy vey.
Yeah, I watched that whole thing. It was pretty funny. I don't go on the TRS message boards anymore. I mean, actually, I guess they've been down for a while, but I kind of stopped visiting them a while ago because it was too hard to keep up with all the like millions of conversations going on. So
Yeah, why do that when you can just read reactionary blogs? I mean, heavenly stuff right there.
yeah.
Yeah, after the latest round of TRS forums going down, I joined MPC, and I think I'm kind of stick with that for my forum needs from now on.
MPC. That is a guy. It's weird. A lot of people think that's just like a total sort of shitposting forum, but there's actually some pretty good like research that goes on that if you want to like look for compilations of like mounds of evidence of something. MPC is a pretty good place to start.
Yeah, Pleasure Man's a really smart guy, and he's got a lot of good ideas.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's a lot of shit posting too.
And Weave's antics are quite enjoyable.
Yeah, Weave actually accused me of being a dirty Jew, but I did point out that his greatest contribution to reactionary thought was having tattled on his ex-girlfriend to a gay British gamergator.
Oh man.
Oh, he gets accused too. I'm not sure, but I've seen this.
Yeah, Michael Anisimov thinks he's a Jew. So.
Yeah, because he has a German name.
Oh, I think it's maybe because he has curly hair or something like that.
I think
Well,
he was
and
on,
people in middle school think I was Jew.
show, right? Wasn't he on Gavin McInnes's show, and he was saying like, "Are you sure you're not a Jew?" And he's like, "No, I'm German." So I don't know.
Well, he was also the one who did
Ohrenheimer is definitely a German name. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we've also did this big long write-up on Mike Down 2015 after Anisimov's Twitter meltdown. So I think he sort of took
the
that first one.
Storify, yes. The epic Storify, which now comes up as #1 search result.
The Twitter meltdown.
Wow, I mean, if you melt down like that, what do you expect?
Sorry, who was this who melted down?
Well, okay, it was Mike, and sure, I mean, we've all had that time in our lives when we've wanted to cuddle with a girl named Julie and play Sonic the Hedgehog 3.
Yeah, who has?
Of course.
However, after Julie Borowski politely refused his offer, he offered in return to murder her and her boyfriend with his machine gun, which sort of went above and beyond. So that's kind of when he got drummed out of Neo Reaction like Chuck Connors in the opening scene of Branded.
Yeah, I just found the page, the Storify with it. I'm looking at it right now. Holy cow.
It's a train wreck.
I just want to cut someone's face and see their blood running down it, and they're crying in the meanwhile. LOL.
Never drink alcohol near a keyboard is probably the lesson from that.
Yeah.
Well, he did also document the Ducks final day on Twitter. That was pretty epic.
Yeah, I was just reading that recently. Looks like he went out in a blaze of glory, really.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that while it was happening. It was pretty cool.
Well, I'm going to be getting on Twitter, much to against my better judgment, pretty soon. I did say that I'd do it once I got 100,000 views, so I'm going to have to, just purely for promotional purposes. I'm not going to be engaging in any low-key drama or anything like that.
Oh sure, now you're getting on that they're shadow banning everyone.
Oh, for crying out! What is this whole thing? Is shadow banning just where they basically you're still allowed to post, but your posts don't appear in any feeds?
Yeah, well, no, they might appear in someone's feed, like they follow you, but if you search for it, it may not pop up. And if you're trying to get a hashtag to trend, it won't trend.
Yeah, well, this is what happens when fucking Anita Sarkeesian is made. I couldn't read. I read that and I thought it was The Onion. I couldn't believe it. Or maybe somebody else coincidentally named Anita Sarkeesian. How
Yeah,
the
that
hell
was my
has this
reaction too.
piece of trash managed to become the Twitter czar of censorship? It's absolutely insane. I mean, but I said, it's like putting Myra Hindley as head of Child Protective Services. Why are you doing this?
Hey, not to interrupt, but we have a new participant here. And we have from
The Venerable Nick B. Steves.
yes,
Nick Based Bro Steves.
we all know
Bede.
him and love him from Sending
Nick
the Power.
Venerable Bede Steves. No, just kidding.
What up?
Hi guys.
Have
Sorry,
you heard
Mike.
Have you heard any of the chat we've had up to this point?
Oh no, I just rushed home from choir practice actually. I was having a little bit of trouble launching the Hangout on my end. I clicked the right buttons this time. Finally, took me a couple times though. But yeah, anyway, no, just carry on. I don't want to interrupt. I mean,
Well, I wanted to ask your opinion on what you thought of Pope Francis's latest embarrassing public statement about Trump not being a Christian. My response is, didn't we build the Vatican dungeon for exactly this? Can't someone just drag him down there and chain him to a wall?
what did he?
No,
What did he actually say? He had not a Christian attitude.
Well, he said people who build walls but not bridges are not Christians. Which is odd, because you'd only build a bridge if you needed one. So, and we don't need a bridge with Mexico.
We don't need a bridge, and in fact, we do build walls. In fact, the church is quite famous for building walls for the last 2,000 years. So, anyway, yeah, it's just stupid. I don't know. I try not to pay attention to him, really. Very frustrating.
We need to get medieval on his ass.
Yeah, I wish. Yeah, I mean, it would be perfectly okay for the faithful to throw rotted vegetables at him as he drives by. I mean, that would be totally medieval. That's what the medievals did a lot. They had a corrupt pope, and they had a pope they didn't like. They threw fruit at him. Yeah. So, I mean, this guy's, yeah, it's too bad. He just cares about what the world thinks, and
yeah, well, you've got to understand. I mean, the kind of environment that he's come out of, the Argentinian Bolivarian socialist milieu.
Mm-hmm.
It was a mistake to take a pope from Latin America. It was just a massive mistake.
I'm not quite sure what they were thinking with that, or if they were thinking at all.
Well,
it's sort of like the Catholic Church is now basically a Protestant church. I mean, functions like.
Well, I wouldn't even say that. I would just say that it's proof that the issue that happened to the church out of the kind of Age of Enlightenment was the whole introduction of liberalism or that kind of thinking into the system.
Yeah, but it did resist it for so long. It did resist it.
It did.
We've had bad popes before and survived them. The big test is what comes after Francis.
Yeah. That'll be interesting to see.
And if you can make it through his entire papacy without him doing anything ex cathedra.
That seems improbable. Oh, here is this link. This just came out today. Let me paste that in our chat here. This didn't just come out today. This is a link to speaking of Catholics resisting liberalism.
Oh, I saw you post that.
Yeah, that's right. I did break my tweet fast to tweet a link to it earlier today.
Whoa, who wrote this? This is Naughty Thoughts.
What's this? The link?
Yeah.
It's
Dr.
definitely
John C. Rao.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of a sort of an NRX moldbuggish critique of the American spirit and how it really is antithetical to the Catholic spirit. And a lot of Catholics get taken in, which is kind of obvious today. But anyway, it was very insightful, and I haven't even gotten to the end of it yet. I think I'd seen it
like a long time ago. But it came back through the rounds on some of the back channels, and so I thought it was worth a second look. But it seems to tie into that idea that, in fact, the Catholic Church has spent most of its time, over the last 300 or 400 years, being very resistant to liberalism, being very resistant to the pluralist ideal that kind of has taken over in America. And so anyway, so that's in there for people.
Sounds like a little bit more hardcore version of, I never know how to pronounce the guy's name, Doot Hat, Do That.
Oh, Doubt It?
Doubt It, yeah.
I believe it's Doubt It, but, or Doubt It. Doubt It.
I heard a Doubt Hat in my head.
Yeah, well, he wrote.
I think I know you're talking about Doubt It, yeah.
He wrote a book called Bad Religion that was sort of vaguely in the same vein.
Yeah. I seem to recall something about that.
I think I saw him on Bill Maher, actually.
Bill Maher?
Yeah, Russ Doubt It? Is that his full name?
Yes, Ross Doubt It. Yeah.
Yes, I saw him on Bill Maher, because I was showing that coworkers. Yeah, well, it was actually interesting because a coworker of mine, he played a video where Bill Maher was talking to this very liberal Christian who basically had no other argument but ma charity, which we were talking a little bit about earlier.
Ma charity.
Exactly, yeah.
Charity.
And Bill Maher was basically kicking his butt because he was pointing out the guy was inconsistent. Like, he couldn't handle any of the passages in the Bible that are more embarrassing to liberals. But then we watched the Russ Doubt It video because here's Bill Maher talking to a Christian who actually knows his stuff, and Bill Maher's getting his butt handed to him.
Oh yeah, I can imagine that. Yeah, Doubt It's pretty good. I mean, I remember him back from First Things days, and when he was, he really is a genuine conservative, and I think, I mean, his private feelings are substantially to the right of where his public voice is allowed to go, because he's, writing in this. He's in the capital of the cathedral, right? He's the capital. Of the New York Times is like the, what's his name used to say? Father Newhouse used to call the New York Times
New York Slimes.
No, he called it our parish newspaper. He was actually, I think he might have meant several things by that, but one of the things that he meant is that people have a religious devotion to the New York Times. That the editorial page of the New York Times is a primarily a religious experience for the people that read it.
It's an infallible word.
Yeah, I mean it's New York City is obviously very liberal, very secularized. Not a lot of people go to church, so but you can imagine your typical Sunday morning. They get the New York Times, and that's their religious experience. So he called it.
God has spoken.
Yeah, our parish newspaper is what he called it. So
touch not God's anointed.
Yeah, I'm reading through. I'm skimming through this now. This guy's going full Felix Sada here. We are now in a position to define Americanism. Americanism is a religion which both major elements of the American soul, secularized Puritanism and Anglo-Saxon conservatism, have helped to develop. Americanism is a religion that adores the United States as an incarnation of the secularized Puritan vision of paradise. And I'm just immediately reminded of something I read recently that, this nutjob Glenn Beck, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
And I know he's not a
Get off my phone! Get off my phone!
Well, he's a Mormon, so he's not evangelical, but he had said recently something at a rally for Ted Cruz, something about the Bible and the Constitution are both divinely inspired documents. They both come from God. And I said, nobody can have said that. Seriously, you cannot have said that.
I heard that on the... They played that quote on the Daily Show, and his quote was, he said they are both sacred scripture.
Oh, fuck, that's even worse.
Why am I not?
I mean, that is literal burn you at the stake heresy.
It is. It is. I just can't fathom how this is allowed to. I mean, and these, you know,
Sad thing is,
Free country,
I
man.
assume a lot of the audience were evangelicals, so they weren't Mormons, but they were a lot of them were evangelicals, and they were applauding this. And theirs is supposed to be the sort of most hardcore, you know, literal, read the text, apply it to your life kind of people, and they're just listening to.
no, they're not.
Oh, by the way, the Constitution is also basically another New Testament. That's what he means.
Well, see,
It's
here's
the second
the
New Testament.
here's the unfortunate thing is a lot of American evangelicalism. I won't say all because technically I could be an American evangelical, but and a lot of it, especially the pulp culture, it's been infested with the charismatic nonsense and this whole idea where experience and feelings are placed above the primacy of orthodoxy. And that's not to say they wouldn't be conservative. They might get their opinions on gay marriage and abortion okay, but you know they will invite Beth Moore to come over and talk about how every woman in the church is Lydia and she needs to personalize those passages about Lydia and Acts. And yeah, I mean what Glenn Beck said, as much as it makes me bang my head against the desk right now, it's not the first time I've heard something similar. I mean, I've heard people on TBN or any one of their related channels, I've heard them say like, "Oh, America was founded by God. It's God's country." They put ancient they say Israel and America are like the two religious lands on earth, and it's just nonsense.
It's horrific.
And there's also in that the American tendency to conflate the country, the people, and the government, which, you know, they all believe that because Lincoln made a speech once. But, you know, and that's the problem, you know, there's I think it was Gregory Hood, where he was talking about, it was his review of, what's his name, the Indian guy's book, America, What Would We Do Without? Yeah, Dinesh D'Souza. And basically it was, he said, you know, America isn't a real nation. A nation is a people and a history. America is a flag and a piece of paper.
Yeah, that's true.
So true. Actually,
so, you know, I mean, when Germany was a monarchy, it was Germany. When Germany was a democracy, it was Germany. When Germany was Nazi, it was Germany. When Germany was communist, it was Germany. You know, the concept of we are a nation no matter what kind of government we have is just something Americans, just as this quote-unquote proposition nation, just can't handle that idea.
Can't process that. That's right. Now, America is an idea, and I think that's one of the things that this essay by this Rao fella really gets at, is that there is a certain spirit. There is actually a very specific national spirit of America, but it's
well, you know, it's funny.
That spirit is that it doesn't want to stand for any particular culture. It's more like it stands for kind of activity and getting ahead, and you know, the sort of the frontier spirit. I mean, it's sort of like, well, if I don't like things, I can just move away. I can just go west. Right, and for a large portion of American history, that was actually true. You didn't like, you know, if you didn't get along well in your community, you just kept moving, and that's actually probably a very Anglo sort of thing.
Well, you know, it's funny. I was rereading the Federalist Papers recently, and I forget if it was Hamilton or Jay, but you know, the Federalist Papers, their whole central argument was the centralized federal government is better over various or even dozens of confederacies or city-states. And one of the things they argued in favor for, in regards to like a single nation with a single government, was we, as they're talking about Americans during that time period, we have similar faiths, we have one background, you know, which would have been Anglo-Saxon. We have the same culture. They're actually arguing we are a unified people. That's why we need a unified nation. And I'm reading that, and I'm thinking to myself, gee, you know, I think John Jay would be called a racist by today's standards.
Well,
Well,
yeah. Go ahead.
Well, it's amazing the ability that the founding fathers had to get the pressure points of power exactly wrong. It goes hand in hand with their ability to design and ratify a constitution specifically and only designed for best case scenarios.
Yeah.
Where, as soon as anything goes wrong, this fucker is suddenly useless. The Constitution, obviously, it was obsolete by 1860, and we're still stuck with this thing today.
Oh, I think we were having. I think we had a radio show a while back. Somebody said, "Oh, it was actually Marbury versus Madison. That was the beginning of the end of the Constitution."
Pretty much.
So, yeah. It did actually.
Well, it was Moldbug's observation that if you condensed the 9 people of the Supreme Court down to 1, you've got a king.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But, in the end, the king says which laws the people can and cannot have. Well, that's what the Supreme Court is.
Except that they don't really. Yeah. I mean, the buck clearly stops with the Supreme Court. There's no doubt about that.
They can't be overruled.
I mean, we're gonna see. We're gonna see because
that would be interesting.
It is possible that Donald Trump will challenge.
Will throw Ginsburg out of a helicopter. Yeah.
Well, I don't think that's going to happen, but I can imagine. I can imagine Donald Trump. I can imagine Donald Trump saying, "I want to do this." Congress saying, "Oh no, you don't. We're going to not do that. We're not going to fund that." And I can see Donald Trump saying, "Okay, I'm just going to do it on my own. I'm just going to
fund it.
I'm going to fund it. I'm going to crowdfund it. I'm going to do something. I'm going to build the wall. Let's say it's the wall. I'm going to build a wall. Congress, please allocate $5 billion to build this wall." Congress says, "No, you're not. We're not going to fund it." He says, "Fine, I'm going to crowdfund the wall."
Put it on Kickstarter.
Yeah, put it on Kickstarter. It'll get $10 billion, in 3 weeks, and
that would be so good.
And I can
if you donate 1,000, you get a name on a brick.
Yeah, that's right. That's true.
It's going to be huge.
It's
going to build a huge wall.
I can imagine there being a kind of a quasi-constitutional crisis. Now, I have in the past said I don't think Trump is going to rock the boat that hard, but
I don't think Trump will get in, guys.
What's that?
I don't think Trump's going to get in. I mean, we've heard from Beck that God has killed Antonin Scalia to wake up the country.
What?
Yeah, that's his latest.
Oh, yes, such a
God has slain Antonin Scalia in his bed so that the country realizes that Ted Cruz is the man of the hour.
Did God put the pillow over his face?
God apparently put the pillow over his face, yes. And
no, he hired a...
Apparently Obama Yama's not going to the funeral. I just saw that on Twitter.
He's going later to pay respects.
What's that?
It's actually not that uncommon for presidents not to go to the funerals of Supreme Court justices. There have been a few other times when that's happened.
Okay, but here's the real secret. I have all the conspiracy theories about Scalia being killed because he had a pillow over his face. The truth of the matter is, the reason they're covering it up is the pillow had his waifu printed on it.
Who would be Scalia's waifu? I don't even know.
I don't even want to know.
Somebody Catholic?
Yeah, probably.
They have any Catholic Japanese anime characters there?
Yes.
They do?
There is actually a Catholic anime magical girl in the mold of Sailor Moon. Her name is Saint Tail. And they call her that because she has a little costume that sort of looks like a mousy sort of thing and has a tail coming off the back. And she works together with a nun in training to fight bad guys. You can actually look it up. It's a good show.
So, on to lighter subjects.
What's lighter than Catholic anime schoolgirls?
What's lighter than Scalia's wife?
I mean, I was kidding. But I was just thinking of the conversation about Trump and the Supreme Court. I was thinking, I mean, wasn't there that example where, who was it? Andrew Jackson, where the Supreme Court ruled in favor of the Cherokee, and Andrew Jackson said something like, he's made his ruling, now let him enforce it.
Let him enforce it. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Because, I mean, technically, that was how it was supposed to be balanced, was the Supreme Court couldn't just make law. I mean, that's something that gets me, is people are like, oh, same-sex marriage is legal now. Well, technically, no. The Supreme Court just made a statement. It's up to the Congress to make the law, but Congress is completely impotent, so...
Yeah. I think Scalia's best dissent was in the Obergefell decision. He just rips to pieces the stupidity.
He kind of got better as his career went on. He just got more and more in your face, and yeah.
Oh yeah, he was a good dissenter. I mean, this is what happened when you have non-ecclesiastic courts: is that judges will just make decisions based on mere feels, and they don't care about the Constitution. I mean, you look at somebody like Ginsburg. Ginsburg does not give two flying fucks about the Constitution.
No.
Well,
It's a living and breathing document, guys.
I hate that crap. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, try telling someone their mortgage is a living and breathing document. I don't think that's...
By the way, did you see that there was a first case of U.S. Marshals arresting someone for being late, being in
non-payment of student loans. Yeah, I heard about that.
Oh dear.
Remember those days when we were happy because, we lived in a country that didn't have debtors' prisons?
Milk anymore.
And under Obama, of all things.
Thanks, Obama.
Yeah, really.
It's actually Obamacare that I think that little bit rode on, that the federal government took back its student loan arm that it used to have a long time ago, and then it got privatized out, and they kind of brought it back on the ample love handles of. I'm trying to think of. I'm trying to create an analogy on the fly here, but the ample beer belly of Obamacare. It just sort of rode in.
Yeah.
It wasn't
I hope
noticed.
the student was. One of these women's studies majors, or studying Namibian cinema or something like that. There's no surprise then that you're in debt and you're in trouble. I mean, it's your own fault.
Well, there's that picture that someone posted on the internet ages ago of some, spiky-haired, obvious lesbian holding up one of these signs that says something like, I need feminism because I'm $60,000 in debt for my master's degree in women's studies and can't find a job. It's like, there are some things that are their own punishment, and that's one of them. Being $60,000 in debt for a degree in women's studies, yep, there you go. I don't need to punish you.
So you need
I still love that meme of
market?
the liberal chick.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I still love the meme of typical college liberal girl. Have you ever seen that one? It's like a girl who looks like Daniel Radcliffe, and she's got a massive hat and dreadlocks. And that is sort of the typical college liberal girl.
Yeah.
Your punishment must be more severe.
Damn, that's a good Bane voice.
Who did that?
Yeah, who?
That was me.
Anti-Dem, wasn't it?
Anti-Dem is a good voice. He's not as well known as he should be for his voice acting skills.
I'm actually going to.
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
I'm going to include a clip of Bane in what may be my next blog post or the one after that, because I'm going to explain what government actually is to people. So of course I'm going to need. Do you feel in charge?
Do you feel in charge? Yeah, I like that one. Yeah. I've heard of you do a pretty passable Bill Clinton. And maybe more of a caricature of Bill Clinton, but...
You guys never used the Emperor Palpatine clip I sent to you either.
Oh, I remember that. I don't know what happened to that. That's probably in Anthony's hard drive somewhere.
Are you going to start doing sound drops on ascending the tower?
We are exploring the technology. Sometimes how the message is the medium, and you got to be really careful about the medium. I can see that sort of thing getting out of hand. I don't think it's appropriate for Ascending the Tower. Ascending the Tower is really supposed to be like an interview, like a serious interview show. Where we really talk about serious things, and I think just having random, shut it down, is not going to be.
That's for descending the tower.
Yeah, now for descending the tower, then I can sort of imagine, we could have that sort of thing.
You mean
you're in charge?
You mean you don't want to become like a nostalgia critic where you go for 30 minutes on a completely unrelated sketch or something like that?
Where did you come up with the name Ascending the Tower?
I think that's just Anthony has had this Surviving Babel meme for probably over 4 years.
So that's
now.
where it comes from. I didn't
we had talked about doing what we really need. We need reactionary public radio. We need listener-supported reactionary public radio. and I remember having these thoughts back in 2013, very, very early days of NRX, chaos era, and Anthony and I were talking about it, and it didn't really. It was just an idea in our heads for a very long time, and then finally, I guess Anthony. I really needed him to kind of push it. I didn't have the. I'm kind of I have the idea that I need somebody else to kind of. Can you make it so? Sort of thing.
Yeah.
And so anyway, he got some energy and I think he quit his job. He had been very frugal and really saved up a big chunk of money in it, so he was able to kind of live as a man of leisure for a while.
That is nice.
Yeah, and it's not gonna last forever, of course, but it was lasting for a little while. So I think he felt like he had some time on his hands, and we just put our hands, to do it. We said, hey, let's just record something and see what happens, and
It turned out really good.
Yeah, well, yeah, it seems to be getting. I think it's getting better and better. That series we had with you, Mark, is just. I've enjoyed all the shows, but this is really getting to be a high watermark. And you're everywhere now. I don't know if you've noticed this, but
I'm not everywhere.
Well, okay, you're not you're everywhere that is anywhere. You were on. The Adam Wallace had you on?
Adam Wallace interviewed, and we're working on a project coming up later together, so I'm going to be appearing there. I'm also now in contact with Millennial Woes, so
nice.
Well, maybe you can rein him in a little bit.
I think Ramsey Paul.
Stop having these morons on your show. These Matt Sock faggots. Anyway.
Yeah, anyone can walk into these things, can't they? But I really do like Millennial Woes. I've watched a lot.
He's a good guy.
He's an intelligent guy. Especially if you haven't watched his series on the smugness of X type of liberal, and he goes through the different types of liberal, and it's just so it perfectly connects with, I think, the everyday experience of reactionaries and the different types of liberals that we encounter. And this is the kind of stuff that does need to be produced, alongside the intellectual, esoteric stuff, and also alongside the kind of the shit posting that goes on Twitter. There also needs to be a kind of almost personable element. We need to kind of relate to people, I think, and Millennial Woes is just excellent at doing that, and I'm very glad to now be in contact with him. I've told him sort of the stuff that I can speak on, etc. So hopefully I will be appearing soon there. But I get around a bit. Andrew Anglin had trafficked. It's probably the biggest source of traffic I've ever had from the Daily Stormer recently. So I guess.
Well, that couldn't have been very positive, was it?
It was, yeah.
Oh, it was okay. Okay, good. All right.
Well, it was for my article on the crackdown on Roosh.
Oh, okay.
And Andrew Anglin had wisely said, a lot of people do have issues with Roosh on the radical right, but you look, this is emblematic of there's now a very much marked shift in a more sort of totalitarian direction. And we're seeing this now with the shadow banning on Twitter and fucking Anita Sarkeesian. I still can't get over this. Anita Sarkeesian is the czar of Twitter censorship. So we're definitely moving now to a time where you can't even meet up for drinks anymore without a massive harassment campaign and the Australian Navy being deployed to stop you.
Well, if you're going to meet up for drinks, just, keep it on the down low.
Yeah,
That's
it's probably a good lesson that things are just going to have to move into a very sort of clandestine state. But I think that's what we're kind of building with these more sort of communicative networks rather than just isolated blogs that link to each other, etc.
Right.
That was the kind of first step, and now it's moving into the next step, and that's good. It's I hate to use the word,
there
but
has
it's
to
progress.
there has to be public and private communication. So
Yeah.
That's what real life is like. So.
Well, I'm really enjoying William, the Facebook group we're in, the artists group. It's nice to kind of see people. I mean, musicians, singers, writers, painters, sculptors, even bouncing ideas off each other or submitting ideas, kind of sharing what's out there.
Yeah, I got invited onto the TRS artist group too.
Well, Nick,
never
you've
heard
done a
anything
few
about
talks
these.
with TRS, haven't you?
I have. It's been a while since I've been on, and but I was on one of their subsidiary shows called The Fatherland.
What did you talk about? I haven't listened to it yet.
And they're not. I mean, they're only about 10% as shitposty as the Showa. I mean, it's
That's still pretty shitposty.
Okay, well, it's relative to Ascending the Tower, it's pretty shitposty, but it's not anywhere near as bad as the Daily Show. They have calm, intelligent discussions. I really like the guy. I don't even know who these people are, but they had me on for 2 shows, and it was very enjoyable. And I think, I hope it was well received. But because it's called The Fatherland, and it's kind of a play on words, and they have like the SS symbol on their SoundCloud account, and they make ironic references here and there to the Third Reich, but they're not really plausible Nazis, So anyway, I thought it was a good show, but it's about fatherhood. So he has, and
nice.
I'm kind of pretty experienced at that, certainly more than most in this sphere.
Yeah, your large family is prolific.
Yes, well, I'm still waiting on grandchildren, so...
I am a grandfather.
Oh, congratulations. Yeah, I would... when I have 64 grandkids, I'll feel like my duty has been done. But
my daughter's 1-year-old. I need to wait a while for grandchildren.
Yeah, at least 14 or 15 years, hopefully.
Yeah, well, maybe 12, 13. I mean, God,
You're in the South, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
If the reactionaries have taken over by then, 14-year-old marriages will be
Give it time.
just normal.
Oh my
God.
God.
By the way,
what? Sorry?
By the way, having personally met all 8 of NBS's kids, I can say they are fine young people, and I can't think of anybody else in this sphere who has actually walked the talk of everything we need to do as much as Nick B. Steves has, and he's it's always great when I manage to go over there and meet the whole family, and just wonderful people.
This is why he is the Pope of Neo Reaction.
What? Oh, somebody said that?
You said it.
I said it? No.
You issued an official excommunication order. Only a Pope can do that.
Okay, well, I did not say I was the Pope.
You're the Pope.
Okay. All right. Well.
And I think that certain individual, kind of excommunicated himself.
Yeah, I was right. That's true. It was what is it? Senci. What is? Oh, I'm terrible with Latin, but yeah, it's an auto excommunication.
Auto.
Yeah.
I can't remember the official Latin term for it, but anyway. That's
apostasy? No.
You take risks. You've built up some social capital. Sometimes you take risks with it. You don't don't fritter it away. That would be very, very stupid. Because we don't have formal. At the time, we did not have a formal institution. We still only barely do, but we have at least the beginnings of one now. But
well, it's strengthening, isn't it?
In the past, it was sort of like this just completely anarchical sphere of people and ad hoc connections between people. And so if you're going to, try to impose your will on that sphere, you have to be very careful about it, because it can backfire. I mean, one of the dumbest things you can do is say, I am the leader, follow me, and nobody follows, right?
Where have we heard that before?
Yeah, you're going to have a very bad time. You don't give an order unless you know people are going to obey you, and so I was very, very hesitant to even come down very hard on any particular side of anything, because it was kind of like, well, how much capital do I have, and how much is it going to cost me? I could blow the entire wad and end up failing. So you just have to be careful about that sort of thing. I think, anyway, I don't want to get into that. I don't want to fall down this.
Isn't there also, see, like when the whole roof thing came out, I was kind of I had to kind of ask around people what was going on, because I'll be honest, like a lot of times when I get involved in something, whether it's spirituality or politics, I try to avoid celebrity worship or getting involved with celebrities, quote unquote, because a lot of times, people get emotionally invested, and it almost becomes like a little cult personality.
Oh, you talking about Rouge?
Well, I gave him as an example, but I was kind of going off what you were saying about leadership and the whole kind of cult personality, where someone, especially in a niche group like ours, you have a cult personality grow. People become attached to that, and then if they fall, because I mean we're all sinners, we're all
right.
If they fall or they mess up big time, or they try to say, "Hey, follow me," and only their followers follow. I mean, it almost becomes like people go at each other's throats over that.
Yeah. Well, it's what is it called? The narcissism of small differences sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, it's also there's so little real estate to be had. I mean, the reason we fight so hard is because there's so little to be gained, in a way. I think about this a lot. With regard to, some people will come on, criticize on the back channels about this, that, and the other thing about, oh, you guys are, blah blah blah. You guys are taking operational security too seriously. Blah 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 blah. I'm kind of going. Well, I mean, yes, that's true. And you guys are running in fear of doxing, right? That was the recent accusation. You guys are letting this fear of doxing control you. And I'm kind of going, well, that isn't really it. That isn't really it. Some of us have more to lose than others from doxing. Some of us are out there under our real names too. A few, but the point is that we are trying to build the idea that behind Hestia Society, and we think NRX in general, certainly Moldbug, is that we are building sovereignty in a small, concentrated package area. That we don't run the world, we don't even run a county, but we can run ourselves, and we can run this small little institution here and proceed on the assumption that we are not going to win the whole. We are not going to overthrow the United States government, at least not in the next, not with the guns we got. So anything that we do accomplish, we have a hostile system. We have Rouge's situation is a perfect example of that. The crackdown on Twitter, putting Anita Sarkeesian in charge of
It's Anita Sarkeesian, for crying out loud.
Truth and Reconciliation Commission, or whatever they're trying to do. The point is that we have no allies in the power establishment. And actually, that isn't true. We have academics. We do have people that are serving. They're kind of like double agents, I guess.
Yeah.
But the point is that anything that we do accomplish, we're going to accomplish via conspiracy, and that actually shouldn't be surprising. Virtually every important thing that happened in human history that was a social phenomenon occurred because it started out as a tightly held conspiracy.
Sure.
So we have no interest in, so the whole operational security, back to the operational security, back to the concern about doxing, the supposed fear of doxing. That really isn't it. The question is can we build a group of men who can run a conspiracy? That's really what we're trying to do. We really don't have that much to lose. If I get doxed tomorrow, I probably don't lose my job. And it seems extremely unlikely that I even lose my job. And so there's really not that much danger in it. I don't think, anything really bad happens. But can we get a group of 30 or 50 or 100 men together that can run an actual honest-to-goodness conspiracy and do something? Even if it isn't much, can we do that something? And
I think it's also important to say that I think the idea of the anonymity versus anti-anonymity, I think it's very important for any kind of movement like this to avoid narcissism, which I think infects it when it does become about the personal.
Yep.
Which happens when anonymity is kind of compromised, is that, hey, it's look at me, I'm out here, it's about me.
Mm-hmm.
Just going back through, if you look at Julius Evolar's writings, he never writes about himself. Never. He's loath to talk about any personal issues that he has. It's always detached, academic. And I think that that's the way to go, because if it becomes about you, if it becomes about your personal journey, if that's the whole sort of purpose of it, and it's about your ego, then you're no use. You become a Mussolini, and we're not looking for Mussolinis. We're looking for Metternichs,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely agreed.
Well, that kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier about the cult of personality, and just, it becomes more about you, and everything rises and falls on you, rather than, say, what you're trying to promote or what you're trying to assist.
Yeah, that's why cults of personality work until the personality dies.
Right.
Because then the cult's gone.
It doesn't matter who we are. What matters is our plan.
Is that Bane again?
Very good.
He's back.
I can only do Kermit the Frog. I don't even have to try to do Kermit the Frog. Actually, I think that's not true. I have to raise the pitch of my voice to sound like Kermit the Frog, but that's all I have to do.
Hey, it's been a good conversation here, but I was actually thinking that since Nick B. Steves is here, there's a subject I was wondering if we could touch on, and that's the subject of evangelical Christians. Now,
oh boy,
I know some of you. I know Giovanni, you saw my video on evangelical Christians where I talked a little bit about it, and I referenced the article Nick B. Steves wrote for Social Matter where he talked about evangelicalism.
Oh,
and I was
let me pull that up again.
Oh, which one? The article?
I'm sorry. The article.
It's about Billy Graham and.
Yeah.
Basically, the reason I decided to make this video is because on Twitter, after Ted Cruz won Iowa, a lot of the Trump supporters were like, "Oh, it's these evangelical cucks, man. And they're all voting for Cruz because he wants to talk about Jesus and like."
Search for religious relevance, by the way, is the name of it. Yeah, I'm looking. It's been a while since I've looked at it myself, but.
Yeah, I did read it. It's just been a while. Sorry, I'm not trying to.
Wow, I really leave some serious personal details in that too. Eek.
Well, I mean,
here it is. I found it. I'm sorry, Ian. Didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's cool. Yeah, I mean, it was just kind of strange to me that everybody thinks evangelicalism is like at the heart of it is adopting black children and coming for Israel.
Well,
But that's
I
really
don't know
kind
if
of
that's part of it, but
yeah.
it's
That's,
not the
but I
whole.
mean, like you talk to some of these people on Twitter, like these alt-right people on Twitter. That's like literally what they think of when they think of evangelicals. And I made this video saying like, look, evangelicals are basically just people who are easily led for the most part. So they it's kind of evangelicals are kind of like a living argument for having a more hierarchical structure, because otherwise they end up believing heretical things like that, like dual covenant theology, or because I mean, like these aren't bad people. These are just people who.
No, they're
fellow
not
Americans.
bad people. That's exactly right. They're really salt. They're really salt of the earth kinds of people. And I really, yeah. I hope I'm not too hard. I mean, I tend to be hard. I was an evangelical, really at the very cutting edge of evangelicalism for a while, and which actually this article hints at. But the yeah, but in fact, I mean, I can't really say all the details, but
I mean, my only problem is when I was kind of like you, Ian. I was kind of looking at the night of the Iowa caucus, just kind of rolling my eyes, like, God, you guys are starting to sound like Democrats after Bush won against Kerry. I mean, just kind of knee jerk. I'm angry. I'm gonna.
moving to Poland.
Yeah,
one guy was like, these evangelicals are traitors. We should show them no mercy. I'm like, really?
That was nice of you guys. No, but my issue is just I think people have a very vague notion of what an evangelical is, because I mean, a Reformed Baptist, a Methodist, and a non-denominational megachurch, whatever they want to call themselves, they might all be evangelical, but there would be differences. Like like it gets me when I'm talking to an anti-theist, and every single one of them seems to think the rapture was a historical Christian doctrine, because they throw the rapture at me like, won't you rapture yourself out of here? I'm like, I will when I believe in it. I mean, it's I mean the whole thing with
Jerry Falwell Jr. endorsed Trump is the thing.
Oh yeah. I was actually pleased to see that.
Bob Vanderplat's endorsed Cruz. So I mean, there is a difference there. I do think I don't think they're generally bad people, but they're sort of quintessentially conservative, aren't they? And that's why they love Ted Cruz, is that he's this very religious, supposedly very religious guy who's going to adhere to the Constitution. And I bring it back to clowns like Glenn Beck, who just manipulate these crowds. And I'll tell you this, I don't think at the ground level there is this kind of sinister element, but I think at the level of people who are actually doing the manipulation, there is both this mammon, this consumerism, this always trying to sell you stuff, and then also there's this element of, well, I'm going to use these people to get who I want in office into office. And it doesn't matter how much, I'll whip up hysteria, I'll do anything, I'll lie. And this is what Glenn Beck does, It's Alexander Dugin, the angry, dangerous Russian philosopher who is mixing geopolitics with racial envy to disseminate Nazism in Europe. And, goes through ridiculous things like that. And he just lies over and over again. There's just shameless lying, because he knows nobody's going to look it up. He says, Alexander Dugin, the symbol of Eurasia, the star. Arrow star. He said, "Yes, look at this star. It is an ancient pagan magic symbol." No, it's not. It's from a science fiction series written by Moorcock in about 1970. So you just made that up. It's ridiculous, and
that's something that drives me nuts with a lot of GOP candidates, is when they're trying to win the Christian, or even we'll call it the evangelical vote. I mean, there's no discernment. I mean, like Ted Cruz recently got endorsed by Mike Bickle. Mike Bickle is a cult leader. I know him. I used to live in Kansas City for a while. The guy he thinks God spoke to him in Egypt in 1983 or thereabouts and said that he was going to raise up a youth movement. And now he's got a prayer room where I shouldn't say forces, but he basically brainwashes teenagers to pray 24/7.
Regular Jim Jones.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, just if I was Ted Cruz, I'd be like, yeah, thanks, no thanks. I mean,
Yeah,
you look back, during
me.
you look at the Aryan controversy where there were some Roman emperors that sided with the Arians, persecuted the Orthodox, or sided with the Orthodox, persecuted the Arians, but you never had some that would go, oh, well, okay, I want the Aryan vote or the Aryan support. Yeah, sure, I'll let Arians support endorse me. Okay.
Yeah, somebody should ask Ted Cruz, do you think that the Constitution is a scriptural document with all the authority that entails? Because if he says no, then Glenn Beck has proved an idiot. And if he says yes, then he's a heretic. So, double edge, isn't it?
I wonder which side he'd choose. Let Glenn Beck be an idiot, which everybody kind of knows, but I don't know.
Get off my phone!
Get off my phone!
I gotta say about
Get off my phone!
I've never liked Glenn Beck, even when he was becoming popular back around the rise of the Tea Party era. That even back then, I couldn't really get into him. He just didn't. I didn't like his style, and just the more he talks, the more I'm like, just go away, dude. Please just take this guy out back and shoot him. I mean, he's just.
I've never actually heard him speak. I don't.
You're so lucky.
Nick, you've got to go and watch. Go and watch. Go and look on YouTube. Look up Glenn Beck, Alexander.
I might have seen him on there.
To the max.
I might have seen him on there, but I
Somebody
I
on
don't
Twitter
really I don't have an impression of Glenn Beck. The only impression of Glenn Beck that I have is what you guys say about him, basically. What other people say about him.
I have a good friend. I don't think you were there, Nick, for this, but I mentioned I have a friend who's kind of a GOPer. I think he's still stuck there. I'm trying to win him over, but he watches Glenn Beck, and I kind of have to ask him like, why? I think he tries to compartmentalize. Like, I'll ignore the crazy stuff and just take the good stuff. Which, okay, but there's a lot of crazy stuff.
A prominent philosopher.
Okay, I'm sorry. I've got the. I clicked that link from Mark, so I can save it for later. But I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just saying. I don't see how you can, because it's sort of like Ian said. I listened to him for 2 minutes, and that's too many.
I just can't watch mainstream politics. I mean, I can't watch. People complain. I mean, the left complains bitterly about Fox News. Its existence is really offensive to them.
I can listen to Michael Savage. That's about it now.
Oh, is he the really crazy guy about the chemtrails and?
No, that's Alex Jones.
Alex Jones, the globalist.
Yeah.
No, Michael Savage is the San Franciscan guy he's definitely more to the. I mean, he openly proclaims he's a nationalist. So.
Oh, okay.
He's obviously a little bit more. He's been backing Trump from the very start.
Okay.
He offers good insight. I mean, he's still pretty much a cuckold, but he's the best out of a bad lot on talk radio, I'd say.
Rush Limbaugh's not terrible.
Yeah, Rush Limbaugh's good. I never really got into his show because I think too often he's talking about like sports or something, And he screens his calls too much as well.
Well, that's because he gets tons of them, I think.
The thing about Michael Savage is he gets the nut job liberals on there saying, "I don't think borders should exist at all."
I actually wonder sometimes if his callers are fake because, there's this one famous caller, Joe from Boca Raton, who always calls his show.
That's got to be a troll. That's got to be a troll.
Look up some of these clips on YouTube, and this woman can't be real. She's she has, it just sounds like somebody trying to.
Joan from Boca Raton?
It's a woman.
Joe from Boca Raton. I've heard a few of her. She always calls in saying something just utterly ridiculous, like.
He's like, I don't know why.
Mark, you have an amazing fake American accent. I think that's really good.
Well, I lived there for several years, so.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's pretty good, actually. It's just amazing.
Talk radio hasn't been the same since Bob Grant died. He was the best.
Oh, yeah.
Anti-Dem, I listened to that YouTube thing you put up of, the best of Bob Grant. Those are funny. I never heard him because he's, I guess, not from, in the Midwest, we didn't get him, but, yeah, he sounds pretty funny. He's like, yeah, you sound like a grease ball and stuff like that.
Those are the best. Michael Savage had one where he went, someone called in and then sort of went off on a spiel, and then he just cuts him off and he goes, "Listen, schmuck, I'm not your weak father. I'm Michael Savage."
I gotta look this guy up. I think I might have.
It's very good. Look up his best callers. It's just very funny.
Is he the Jewish?
He was banned from Britain. He was banned from the UK.
He's in New York.
Is he the one that says borders, language, and culture?
Yeah, that's
what
one.
his language and culture.
Oh, okay, yeah. So
He's very.
So he's nationalist, but he's kind of Jewish, and so he's not really like hardcore nationalist.
Isn't he also kind of like libertarian or something?
Yeah.
No, he's not libertarian.
I know he's described
he's
himself as a
definitely
sexual
anti-libertarian.
libertarian. Like he's okay with like gays doing what they do or whatever. Like
Oh,
I
he's
don't
Oh
think
Jewish,
no,
for
no,
heaven's sakes.
because he got. Did you not know he had a show on MSNBC, and he got fired for taking a call from a gay man from San Francisco.
Oh
and
yeah,
he
he said something like,
told him to get AIDS and die.
Like,
And he got
choke on a
fired from
sausage.
NBC.
Warning. The Savage Nation contains adult language.
Oh no.
That's it.
Okay. Did that come through? Actually, I'm
Yeah.
it did.
kind of doing drops accidentally here. All right. Well, I got that queued up. I can take a look at that. I have listened to Michael Savage a couple times, and I actually don't think he's too bad.
Well, it's odd. This sort of points at this whole phenomenon of sort of the certainly neo-reaction and a lot of the sort of alt-right, outer right being very much a movement of right-wing people from left-wing places.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I had come from a particularly left-wing background. I mean, I really came from sort of apolitical background, but I guess if you come from the UK, you're pretty much your starting point is left-wing.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, a lot of neo-reaction, and and the alt-right in general. There's a massive concentration on the Eastern Seaboard. Definitely blue staters, and a lot of people in the Bay Area. And if you actually look at it, all the way up, at least through Portland area. I'm not sure how many people we have in Seattle, but there's several people in Oregon and all the way down the left coast, as we call it. So
I think Millennial Woes was an anarcho-communist art student.
yeah. What other kind of art students are there?
Well, actually,
that's true.
I actually went to an art college, but I was a conservative back then. I was probably I used to joke about studying liberal arts, but I was probably more GOPer back then. But yeah,
I went through that phase.
I actually worked for the local newspaper, or the student newspaper, and I almost got fired because that was during the Mohammed comic scandal that was going on in Europe. And
Charlie
I did. No, it wasn't that. It was before then with the I think it was
the Danish
Yes,
cartoons.
yes.
I can't remember what his name was. Lars Vilks or something.
I forget the artist, but you know what I'm talking about. And I did a comic making fun of it, and I actually got called in, and I had to write a statement defending my comic. That was
well, in England you wouldn't even be asked to write a statement; you'd be straight in jail.
Yeah, probably.
Well, now Ian wanted to talk about evangelicalism, and I think
it's got really shitposty here.
we've strayed off of that topic, and I don't have a whole lot of time, because I kind of promised some folks I'd be off at around 11. So but that gives us plenty of time. I can certainly probably more time than I can need, but.
You mentioned Willow Creek. My family actually went to Willow Creek for a little while back in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually familiar with Bill Hybels and Willow Creek. I mean, I never went there, but I've studied them, and they had a big influence on Rick Warren and his whole shindig.
Definitely. Yeah, well, that was. That's right. That was. Yeah, I'm trying to get back to that post now, but yeah, we went there.
Can you post a link to that?
Yeah, let me get that.
I've got. I can. I'll post it.
Social matter.
Post it. It's in the chat thing.
There we go. Oh, search for religion. Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, there it's going. Yeah, 90. Yeah, May of 90. Wow. And I think that at that point, it was really the early days of that particular church growth manifestation. I mean, as being exported, like having conferences there, like this is how you do it. Be a church like us. I mean, but then again, the evangelical church in particular has always been innovating in that area of church growth.
It's plastic.
Yeah, it's a little bit. I mean, like for example, Sunday school became a huge thing back in the '60s, and bus ministries. You know, big churches would buy huge fleets of buses and go around to the highways and byways and pick up kids for Sunday school, and essentially indoctrinate them on Sundays. And that was like a big. If you were a pastor of a big church in a medium-sized red state city somewhere, you'd want to do that. And it would kind of, no, I don't know. I mean, I guess, you'd build a lot of status for yourself and for your church and stuff. So that's sort of. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, like after World War II, a big thing that happened to American churches was a lot of the commercialism that grew out of World War II and kind of what you saw happening in the 50s, where there was a major increase in branding, logo. I mean, you had that before, obviously, but it was when it kind of became a big thing. That started to enter into the churches, and that's when a lot of churches started to sort of advertise themselves or start to market around themselves. And then an unfortunate thing that also happened was a lot of churches started to become localized, and they started to diminish the importance of their history. So I'm sure you've heard about, the old joke is, my church history starts at Billy Graham. For a lot of people, that's unfortunately true.
That actually is true. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a mega church here in my area, and I was talking to a guy that used to work there, and he said that if you interviewed any of the staff, you could probably count on one hand how many church fathers they could just name off the top of their head. And whereas, like, you contrast that with before that era, I mean, Lutherans, they pride themselves with their Lutheran history. Even Baptists pride themselves their Baptist history. Presbyterians were big on their Presbyterian history.
Oh, when you say church fathers, you mean fathers of that particular church denomination. You don't
they're
mean
definitely
like
not going to name the actual church fathers.
Well, I mean,
Augustine.
I mean, I'll tell you what. Because of that, that's why most mega churches are ultimately cults of personality. Is because they're founded by someone.
Joel Osteen.
Joel Osteen, or who's the big ones? Have you guys ever heard of Steve?
Joel Osteen's pretty big, but
I don't know anyone bigger than Joel Osteen. Maybe that guy in Africa. What's it? Prophet Elijah.
Oh, yeah, he's got like his own city.
Who does like on stage?
Yeah, Oda Lepo or something. He's got like a whole city.
Yeah, he's
basically.
This guy's massive. I can't remember what his name is.
I know
exactly.
Joshua. Oh yeah, Depo or something. But have you guys ever heard of Stephen Furtick?
Oh, TB Joshua. TB Joshua.
Oh, I know. That's someone else I'm thinking of. I know.
Nigeria's mega minister.
Yeah, that guy's nuts. But but Steve Furtick, his whole thing is when you watch his church promos, I mean, they practically talk about him like he's Jesus. I mean, they talk about how he came to the area, founded the church, how people have been saved by him, how people have had miracles through his preaching. I mean, it's very, very much a cult personality. But when you have no history, I mean, and your history goes back to the father of the church, quote unquote, that's what happens.
Yeah. Well, I'm not too impressed by Lutherans. Lutherans don't seem to, if you actually confront them about the man, Martin Luther, they sort of recoil when they learn about.
Which Lutherans are you talking about?
Well, anyone who call themselves Lutherans. I mean, you just go back and look at the stuff that Martin Luther wrote. They agree with his polemics against the Catholic Church, but if you present them with something like against the Jews and their lies, they're like, no, he didn't write that. No.
There are some very conservative LCMSs and Wells denominationalists who would probably. They're certainly politically very, very conservative and religiously very, very conservative, and they might not. They would. I don't think they would balk at. I mean, ELCAers are. That's the main line, and that's the largest and extremely liberal. I mean, so liberal that it's just.
They would probably disown Martin Luther.
Yeah.
They probably burn Martin Luther.
They would. Well, they would certainly.
But I mean, like, there's a big Christian apologist named Chris Roseborough. He's a Lutheran. I mean, if you went up to him, he probably wouldn't agree with everything Martin Luther said like that. But I don't think he would necessarily balk or shy away from it. I think he's well aware of it.
This Stephen Furtick guy reminds me a lot of Boyd Crowder. When Boyd Crowder got religion and started his little cult. Oh, you guys might not know this show. It's a show called Justified. That's actually, it's gone 6 seasons and it's over. It's ended. The show has ended, but it was actually pretty darn good. As one of the better, certainly one of the top 5 or 10 shows I've ever seen. And so I had one character on there, and he's this redneck gangster, basically. No. This is in Appalachia. It's not. I mean, there really are like white redneck gangsters running meth in Appalachia. I mean,
I live in Virginia, so I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not really that. It's not like they, didn't dare put a black guy in there or something. But anyway, he kind of reminds me. He has that look. He's kind of a laid-back guy, and I can just kind of imagine how he talks. And he's going to have a word from the Lord. Something.
Well, are you guys? What's the guy's name? I'm trying to think. Have you guys ever heard of a book called Undercover?
Sounds familiar.
Hang on, just give me one moment. I'm going to look up real quick. I'm trying to remember the guy's name. What's his name? John Bevere. If you read that book, you understand just why so many of these mega churches become cults. It's because this guy basically, he was the one who kind of popularized the idea. If you read his book, basically God told him, there's your first problem, God told him that he anoints pastors and you are to obey the pastor as God's messenger, pretty much.
Yeah, this is... I mean, I encountered this in America. I encountered one of these such places where it really become a cult of personality.
Oh yeah.
I mean, so instantaneous hierarchy.
Well, it's distorted hierarchy in a way.
It's which, sir?
It's a distorted hierarchy.
Yeah.
I mean, it
isn't. Yeah, there's actually a
requiring
kernel of
hierarchy,
truth in
but
that.
without.
There's a kernel of truth in that. I mean, if he had been properly ordained by bishops and was speaking.
Yeah, but he was ordained by his own mind.
Exactly. Well, he might have been ordained by other Baptist pastors or something, but I mean, I don't even know. They don't really have. Well, the Baptists. I don't know if I can say this for about all Protestants, but at least certainly no evangelical believes in the ontology of sacraments. They don't really believe that like there was this power that came upon the pastor when the bishops laid their hands on him. They don't really believe that. They don't really believe that you're washed free of original sin by baptism. They don't really believe that you're eating and drinking the body and blood of the Lord Jesus Christ.
No.
So I think that's I sort of see it as a sort of a type of atheism actually.
What?
I know that it would be very controversial to say all this, but having been an evangelical for most of my life, I realized that I'd been an atheist. I'd been unbelieving, that I hadn't believed what the church always believed about the sacraments and their nature, and now that I
that's a very hard area.
So it's a conservative, devout sort of rationalism, and I use that term advisedly. Evangelicals are just very, very faithful Protestants. They're very faithful at trying to stick to. I mean, it's a foundation of sand, and so inevitably there's this churn where the doctrine will change and the doctrine will slide out from under them, And eventually, if you stand in one place for long enough, you're no longer an evangelical, you're a fundamentalist.
I mean, I'd be tempted.
There's some virtue in that, I think, but...
How would we see... Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
How would we see a difference then? Like, I'm just trying to get a historical context for, how we get to evangelicalism, which is primarily an American thing.
Well, it's a lot.
I think it started out in England. It started out among Anglicans. It was the Methodists really that were the first.
So you have the tent
identifiable evangelicals, in my opinion.
The tent revivals in the 19th century. You have this kind of, and that's sort of very American in the way that it's sort of like, and so is this kind of evangelicalism. It's sort of invented now. The old world was bad, so we just start things brand new here. That's what we do, right?
Well, I think a big thing was between the First and the Second Great Awakening, which you could argue were both very evangelical movements. There was a shift in how you went about revivalism. Because, like Jonathan Edwards, who's my favorite theologian of all time, so I'm biased, he was a revivalist. He believed in revival, but at the same time, he still maintained God's sovereignty and, man's fallen nature in need of a savior. And at the beginning of the Second Great Awakening, you did have that still. You had this idea that, you preach the gospel, you witness to people, but you didn't worry about numbers. You didn't worry about, well, how many people, held up their hand and swore themselves for Christ today. What happened was, largely in part thanks to Charles Finney, who came up with this notion of a lot of notions that you see today, like the hot seat, like, okay, I'm going to count to 10, everyone who thinks they're saved, come up, and all this other stuff. He was the one who kind of popularized that. And he brought forward, because if you look at his theology, he was basically a Pelagian. He believed that you just had to convince someone they had to be saved, that there was basically no real work of God within them, and everyone, by their own nature individually, could be saved. You just had to make a really good argument. And his whole thing was you had to be converted then and there. So that's why when you look at mega churches today, and I'm sure like Nick and Mark, you've probably seen this, Ian, everyone else, you probably have too, I don't know, but at the end of the sermon, you start going to the gospel message, even if it's got nothing to do with what you've been talking about. It's like, and start a relationship with Jesus. So I'm going to count to 10, and, everyone just hold up your hand, whoever wants to accept Jesus today.
Come up front. Come up front.
Yeah, exactly. Come up front,
children.
Come up front. Look, everyone. Look how many people are coming up. Oh, my gosh, it's the Holy Spirit. How do you know? Especially since when you consider that, unfortunately, a lot of times, they hire people to come up front to inspire more people to come up.
It's their own form of magic. It's a magic act.
Yeah, pretty much. But that's where a lot of those tent revivals came from, and that's where this really, I don't know if you call it a hyper revival, but that's why you saw that happen. That's where Billy Graham got his stuff.
Yeah.
Was all the stuff that Charles Finney was doing in the Second Great Awakening.
Yeah, Billy Graham was a huge influence on. Yeah, we definitely had the every head bowed and every eye closed kinds of things going on. I was Baptist from about the age of 10 to about the age of 21 or so, and that was definitely the. But now I was an evangelical after that, but I was not. They didn't have the altar call. I was a Northeastern evangelical, and we were conservative, but we didn't do the altar call thing. That was so. I don't think that that's a. I don't think that is a. It is a sufficient mark for evangelicalism. I don't know that it's. I don't know that it's a necessary mark.
Well, no, and that's why I was saying earlier. It's hard to. If you're going to be a reactionary and say, oh, I hate evangelicals, they all believe this. It gets more complicated because you might call my church evangelical, but we don't do altar calls.
Yeah.
But that's what permeates evangelical society today. Is guess what I should have said. In the same way that what you might call a semi-Pelagianism, or this love of country to a fault. Sort of what that's why you get Glenn Beck saying the Constitution is God's.
He's divinized the country.
I think
exactly. Yeah.
Divine.
Yeah. What strikes me about one of the essences of evangelical Christianity and Protestantism more generally, although not uniformly throughout Protestantism, but is this idea that Christian is not an ontology. That for example, it is ludicrous to say, it is ludicrous in the mind of an evangelical to say, I was born Christian.
Yeah.
Because
yeah,
a necessary part for them is this some sort of salvation experience, some sort of. It may not necessarily be emotional and every head bowed and every eye closed and you prayed the prayer on a specific board of the floor, in such and such a day and such a time. I mean, it doesn't necessarily add up to that. But to say something like, and in fact, I grew up listening to a pastor. Just because you're born in a church doesn't make you a Christian any more than if you were born in a barn that makes you a cow. And this is a very, very conservative pastor. What's that?
Well,
what's that? I'm sorry.
I think that it detaches Christianity from the national identity in a way.
Exactly.
That's the danger. You can't have a Christian nation.
Yes.
As much as these people like to say, we're a Christian nation, or even more annoyingly, we're a Judeo-Christian nation. It's impossible under this worldview because, like they say, you can't be born a Christian. And the
only way that we could be a Christian nation is if it's the ideas of it. It's like that Christian isn't something like like for Catholics and Orthodox, and probably for some other Protestants, you get baptized like. You are ontologically a Christian. Like that has changed your existence.
Yes,
that is an indelible mark on the soul, and you are Christian, and you can't wash that off. You can walk away from the faith. Yep. You can renounce the faith, but you can never wash away that baptism.
Exactly.
And so
this isn't anything new. I don't think we should try and pigeonhole the denial of the sacraments as something completely new. I mean, the Bogomils didn't deny the sacraments as well, and the Cathars I'm sure did as well. So it's not something we can't look at that and say, aha, this points to modernity and the age of decay. It's been existent in times past. I'd more look to things like the denial, the sort of absolute denial of, like you said, the national element of Christianity, that you can indeed be born into Christianity and you can be raised in Christianity, and that people who are Christian via that method are just as legitimate as people who have converted later in life, either from another faith or from atheism.
Well, I think the danger we see in America is that again, there's the I'm trying to think how to properly word this. The heightening of the experiential part. Because I mean, Scripture does say, born again, born above. It's not of flesh; it's of the will of God. At the same time, when you separate that and you place it, or you kind of take sort of like a lot of fundamentalists did in the 20th century, you almost just take it for granted, well, the culture's Christian, my kids will be okay, and you remove the fact that I'm a Christian parent, I'm to raise my children properly as Christian. Because, I mean, like, my daughter, we read her Bible stories. I intend to teach her, she's 1 year old, so I can't teach her too much right now. But, I teach her theology, and I do believe that God grants certain favors to Christian households. I don't think that automatically makes the children Christian, and I don't think if you have 10 children you're blessed. But
do you have infant baptism in your church? I mean,
no, it's believer's baptism.
Oh, okay.
Or cradle baptism, you would say.
Cradle baptism. I'm not sure I know what that would mean.
Cradle,
like infant baptism.
Well, paedo baptism is infant baptism. Paedo, child, and then cradle baptism is this is a terrible translation, forgive me, but creedal baptism, or you confess your faith and then you're baptized.
Creedal.
Yeah, I thought he said cradle too.
Yeah, I thought I was hearing
let me spell it. Sorry.
Credo. C-R-D-O.
Credo baptism.
Yeah. C-R-E.
Okay, there you go.
So you're able to recite the faith, and so at that point you can become baptized. Okay, yeah, I'm aware of that. That was I mean, Baptists are that way, and Evangelical Free, and CMA, and CNMA, and folks
And
like
I said, I think
Anabaptists in general.
Yeah.
Like I said, if you looked at the earliest evangelicals in the First Great Awakening, there was a heavy emphasis on it wasn't just, oh, I came forward, I had a burning in the bosom. Okay, what's the gospel? What does the Bible teach?
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, well, please sit down and listen to the lesson.
Read Pilgrim's Progress, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, took me a while to read that.
Yeah, I'm still. It's taking me a while.
It's a good book, but there were experiences, but it wasn't like today where everyone's got this fish story. I mean, when people ask me, when were you saved, I can't really tell them. It's like, I don't have a moment where I was going down the road and a bright light knocked me off my camel or something.
Well, and you're not required in your church to have that moment.
Right, yeah.
Okay. That's at least somewhat sane. Yeah. I mean, I remember I was at work, and we had a lunchtime soccer group. We just kind of played pickup soccer during lunch, and one of the guys was a really good soccer player, and he's also very, very devout, very, very low church, like Baptist. And he one time asked me, he said, at the time I was still Protestant, but I was definitely flirting with like Catholic ideas, and so he said something like, "Are you saved?" And I said, I can't remember what he said. I think I said something like, I sort of think of it as being in the birth canal. Or no, he said, "Are you born again?" That's what he said. He said, "Are you born again? Are you born again, brother?" That's what he said. And I said, I sort of think of it as if I was in the birth canal.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting, because in Orthodoxy, it's kind of that way throughout your whole life.
You are being born. You're being born again. Yeah, exactly.
I watched a speech.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
I watched a speech from Callistos Ware, who was an Orthodox bishop. He's English.
Oh yeah,
and he was saying he was asked by somebody, probably an evangelical, saying, "Are you saved?" And his response, which is sort of typical of the Orthodox, is, "I am being saved."
Yeah.
In that it really is a lifelong journey, almost. Even when you are baptized, chrismated, and
that's an exact phrase that St. Paul used, by the way. I'm trying to think of the reference, but he said, "Those who are being saved."
Because it's a good way to remind yourself that you can always fall off the horse if you're not careful. Yeah,
that was one of the things that really blew my mind when I started studying Orthodoxy, because, coming from an evangelical background myself, it was always like just, did you accept Jesus as your Savior? Yes, well then you're saved. I mean, it's like, no, it's like a continual process of what they call theosis, like becoming more like God.
Yes.
Well, there is sanctification. The problem is, again, the problem with evangelicalism and the once saved, always saved theology is that it kind of voids sanctification. Whereas, God justifies you. You're justified before God, but He preserves you throughout your life. And that preservation takes part with sanctification. It doesn't mean that now that I'm saved, I can go out and kill someone and I'm okay, or because obviously I wasn't saved then to begin with. I love Jesus. Now let's go on a shooting spree.
Oh, this is streaming.
Yeah, cool.
But I think that kind of salvation assurance, comes probably from the fact that the church that's taking place in is so thin. It has no history. It was invented last week, or perhaps your pastor. It starts with your pastor or something.
What?
So you need to have this security in your salvation, because the church you're in has no history. It doesn't go back. You look sort of suspiciously back.
Well, I don't
to
know.
the church fathers, say.
I don't know if churches operate that way because of that. Because a lot of these churches, at least mega churches or seeker-aware churches, they're very aware of the fact that someone who joins now, quote unquote, may not be there in 3 years. That there is a turnover. Yeah. And that's partially why you have so many American churches today that do really stupid things like, hey, here's a Beatles sermon for Easter, or hey, for Easter we're going to have a motorcycle with a tiger on it fly onto the stage, and then Arnold Schwarzenegger is going to fight Godzilla. It's because they're trying to win people. It's almost like a restaurant or a movie theater. They're trying to win the next wave of people to keep coming. And keep giving income. I mean, keep tithing. I mean, keep giving to the church.
You see, if it was truly reactionary, the motorcycle would be riding the tiger.
Exactly.
Yeah, it reminds me of one time my family visited this church, and for the, like, I guess youth group, they just kind of like played basketball, and I was like, this doesn't really seem that enriching or deepening of theological knowledge. I mean, it just seemed kind of frivolous. I mean, it's like, I don't know. They're just
become a bit like
get
speed
kids
dating.
in. What?
It's become like a bit like a speed dating agency almost. People just go there to like meet people.
Yeah.
A mega church around here has a indoor pool with a wave machine.
Oh, for crying out loud! What's next? Like a bouncy castle?
Oh
or...
no, they got a skating ring too.
I went to a gym that was a ancillary to a Bible-y Foursquare sort of church. Yeah, it was the gym at work closed down, and they said, oh hey, you know, there's this gym that's nearby. You should go over there. So I did. Yeah, I was a member there for several years. And they finally closed it down. I guess it just became... I don't know how that happens. Like, you're the pastor of a Foursquare Gospel Church, and somebody in your church says, oh, I know what we need to do. We need to start a gym as a ministry. Right? And then, I guess they must have done okay. But
it's all about winning the new converts.
Yeah, it was a decent gym. I got no complaints. I had no complaints about the gym. I mean, they had 150-pound dumbbells. I mean, there were some muscle heads going in there.
Nice.
Yeah, so, I mean, I didn't touch them, but...
Was there any liturgy to go along with the lifting?
No. Well, they did play, they played, I guess they kind of played contemporary Christian satellite radio.
Oh, that stuff, yeah.
I mean, I'm trying
Halo.
to think. I don't really know any of the band, like Jars of Clays-ish sort of stuff, occasionally.
Oh, I know them, yeah.
Yeah, they did do that. I think they had a satellite radio or something that would just stream that genre of music. I mean, some of it was pretty metal, and it always struck me as being so ugly. It was like, this is so ugly. This is not Christian. This is ugly. Not that I don't think metal's all ugly. I don't hate metal. This particular stuff just seemed very ugly. A lot of screaming.
Isn't that like
stuff.
rap metal style? That sort of like really.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was very ugly. Yeah, praise Jesus.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna. I sound like the devil, and I'm gonna praise Jesus with this. Yeah, I don't know. It kind of sucked to me, but I would have just preferred.
Like that line from King of the Hill. You're not making Christianity better. You're making rock and roll worse.
Exactly. Oh, that is a great line. Yeah, one of the all-time great lines. It's definitely.
Guys, I'm gonna have to go.
No.
It's 3:50 here, man. It's AM.
Oh, thanks for hanging in here that long.
Yeah, I forgot. Well, I lost track of time. I've got to give like a speech tomorrow.
Oh, man, good luck with that.
Consider this a warm-up.
Yeah, definitely. So, I guess we'll do another one of these at some point soon.
Yeah, maybe we could try like every other week or something.
Yeah. I mean, as long as we've got stuff to talk about, it's good. It's been good hanging with you guys.
Yep.
Yeah. Thanks for coming.
See you, Mark.
Keep checking in though. I've got a upcoming article on Return of Kings, and hopefully, if Hadley will allow, I'll have another article on Social Matter up pretty soon. So watch out for those.
Well, we're definitely going to be allowing that.
Good.
You have an open.
Well, you never know.
I have some interesting news about Social Matter as well. I don't know if I should spill it yet or not.
Spill it. Just spill it before I go to bed.
I'm going to be transitioning this week in reaction to a normal column there. I mean, nothing really changes for me.
Wait. So you're not doing the roundups anymore?
I will be. I will be doing
good.
the same exact roundup. It's just that it'll be published primarily at Social Matter. I mean, I'll probably link to it on my blog, but it's going to help. It'll be it'll give it a little bit higher profile from my perspective, and it'll just keep, just more articles churning through Social Matter. Hopefully, and there's going to be some other. Well, I mean, obviously, Mark's welcome. Mark doesn't quite have a regular column, but I think that there's an expectation of having at least one more regular columnist as well. Hopefully,
I can't commit to a regular column.
It's tough.
But I usually give 1
a
month. I think typically 1 a month.
Yeah, and if we can get the semi-regular, if we can get a good group of semi-regular people, then it'll just be awesome.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, just become sort of a semi-regular and publish. I'm really impressed with some of the articles from some of the new people on there. This Berghest guy is pretty good.
I don't know who I honestly don't. I mean, I feel like I should know who he is, but I don't know who he is. I find it really hard to believe that somebody could write with that level of expertise, and nobody know who the heck he is.
The ghost of Bryce.
It could be the ghost of Bryce. The thought has occurred to me. But it doesn't. It doesn't sound like Bryce either. Parts of it sound kind of like Bryce, but.
I'm still convinced that article after the Paris attacks was Moldbug.
Oh yeah, that one. That was an interesting one. Yes.
All right, guys. Well,
no comment.
I'm signing off.
See you, Mark.
See you guys. Thanks for hosting this, Ian. Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, thanks for coming. Have a good night. Do you have to go soon too, Nick?
Maybe do a bit of a wrap up at least. I've got maybe 6 or 7 minutes, 8-10 minutes maybe before I start getting dirty looks.
Okay.
On in the IRL or whatever. So I've been doing a lot of these lately, and I've got two podcasts I'll be recording on the weekend. One Ascending the Tower, and one I don't know if I get. Well, Antidem knows these guys.
Who do I know?
Count Nullface and
oh right,
Watson.
Yeah, he mentioned.
They have a podcast they're doing.
Believe it or not, I had dinner with Count Nullface 2 days ago, and he's very excited about this.
Oh, okay, yeah. He really shouldn't be. I mean, they were when I was on that. What is it called? The Fatherland episode. They were really kissing my ass, and he knew it. He said he would say all these really nice things about me, and he said, "Oh, and I'm kissing your ass, and I feel bad about that." And I was kind of trying to tell him, I'm really just normal. You don't need to do that. But anyway,
the Actors Studio. Yeah. You are truly the greatest man ever born. What sort of tree are you?
Oh, is this the guy that does the
James Lipton, I think his name is, or
are you doing a parody of him, or are you doing the actual? Okay.
It's a parody of him. I mean, I'm exaggerating, but he does that with his. It's like, thank you, Tom Cruise. Of all Tom Cruises in the universe, you are the best.
Oh, Giovanni, you got some serious talent there, man.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. We need more of that. We need some more cowbell.
I was roller in college for doing my Beat White impression.
So anyway,
I'm known to impersonate people too, but I always feel weird about doing them because either I usually have to work on them a bit before they're good because Like they annoy everybody at first, but it does seem voice acting is sort of a big thing on the alt-right with all these like podcasts and stuff now.
That's true.
Like I know that
Seventh Son does a lot of stuff too.
Yeah, Maracu.
Yeah.
Have you watched Maracu's channel where he does Alex Jones impersonations? Those are hilarious. I'll tell you, they're putting chemicals in our water. It's really funny.
Oh, bless her out to get us.
Well, half of the battle's getting the voice right, and half of the other half's getting the material. You really need to have something good to say, and that's my problem. I don't really know what to say. I mean, I can imitate. I can say something like, it's 15 words when I say it, brother. I can say that, but I don't really know. What's that? Oh, I was just trying to be, what's his name?
Hulk Hogan.
Hulk Hogan. There's
brother.
There's a joke. Brother, have I told you about the 15 words? and then of course the comeback is, don't you mean the 14 words? And he says, it's 15 when I say them, brother.
Started kind of sound like Macho Man there.
Macho Man Randy Savage in the building. Cream of the crop. That's what we gotta talk about. It's 14 words. Cream of the crop. We gotta purge out the undesirables, so our race is the cream of the crop.
Speaking of the 14 words, did you see Uncut the Right's latest video where he did Mary Poppins?
Oh yeah.
I don't think I've seen that.
That was brilliant. Like he actually incorporated part of the 14 words into a parody of Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Yeah.
It's the existence of our people and the future for white children. Yeah.
Even though the merchants on
Even though the merchants on TV will say that you're a villain.
For white children, though the merchants on TV will say that you're a villain, you must not be cowed by their appeals to the 6 trillion. Existence of our people and the future for white children.
Okay.
I saw that. I'm like, how does he do this? This is genius. Like,
well, I think must have gotten a female voice to assist him.
No, I
mean,
to write it.
But to write it is good. Yes, it is brilliant. It is very brilliant.
My personal favorite of his is "We Are Refugees."
Oh yeah.
I don't think I've seen that one yet.
That incapacitated me for several minutes when I first watched it.
I actually laughed out loud several times the first time I see his videos. Like Wife the Girl, that was another one. With a parody of Kiss the Girl and The Little Mermaid. I think part of what made it funny was the profanity. Like, yes, Sebastian cursing at him.
I'm trying to look up this word. Existence of our people.
We must secure a future we must secure a future for our people. I think that's.
We must secure
the future. A future for our people.
Appeals to the 6 trillion. Of our people and a future for white children.
Control the armies, make them pro-white. Spread fish feelings and uncut the right.
Well, Ian, I'm getting my dirty looks.
Well, thanks for stopping by. Maybe next time we can have you on longer.
Yeah, it'd be good. Well, Thursday nights are a tiny bit tough for me. I do have a kind of a commitment. Well, I mean, it's not every Thursday. I mean, we do take summers off and stuff, so it's not like I'm going to be Thursday night for 52 weeks a year, but I'm Thursday nights certainly through Easter.
Just before you go, did you figure out how to get the iPod going?
Oh, it's sitting right here, and I just need to plug it in. That's really all that I'm lacking, and I haven't done that yet. I've got a lot of other. I mean, I've got it's sitting right here, right next to my computer. I hope. Now you send along. Oh yes. Okay, that's that. I'm just worried that I might have. Hopefully, didn't lose that funny. Okay, there it is. USB on one end and the Apple. Does that have a name? That sort of specialized connector?
The 30-pin dock connector.
Oh, okay.
Just make sure to take the rubber plug I put in the dock connector port out before you plug the cable in. Otherwise, you're going to be sitting there going, "What the hell is this? Why isn't it working?"
Well, but I need to keep that in a safe place, though, right? I should. The plug. It's supposed to go back in.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's how it goes. I'm not even sure I have a free USB port. Probably going to bring up. Oh, I did plug it in. Oh, yeah, there it is.
Wheel.
Hey.
Do not disconnect. That's what it's telling me.
While we're waiting,
Andy.
special shout out to Zamiel on Twitter. He's listening to us.
Oh.
Hey.
Hey,
Hi.
Zamiel? Who's Zamiel? Do I know him?
Well, he follows me. We talk.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Zamio, thanks for listening.
You're awesome, man. I love you.
You're awesome.
I love you, man.
You know, this is only made possible by viewers like you.
Viewers.
Like turning into PBS here.
Listener-supported reactionary Google Hangouts.
Suckers on them. I've never paid PBS anything. I'm leeching off the TV.
What do they give you if you donate? Like specials on video or something? Or
tote bags.
It depends. Radio, TV is a little bit more pedestrian. The radio is definitely high church. TV is a little bit lower church. But as far as it goes, radio's because radio's like it's news. You know, a lot of it's news and intelligent programming and things like that. And TV is. You know, it's really funny what they do with the fundraisers, though, right? They do the fundraisers on public TV, and around here, it's 65-year-old black men dressed in shiny suits. You know, that's how they raise money. I don't know why. It's just that must be targeting the demographic.
If you give money, you can get a suit like this too.
matching shiny silver suits. Yeah.
It reminds me of back when my family first moved to the South, there was this local commercial that would play all the time with this black woman pastor for her church, and it was like she just like somebody actually, I think a while back, my brother and I looked for it on the internet, and we actually found somebody had actually saved videos of this woman and put them up on this website, and like she was saying like, donate money and I'll put your name in my gold-bound Bible. And that means I will pray for you every day. And it's like, oh my, and just they're pretty. She and her husband were definitely characters.
Now, whereabouts do you live in the South, Ian? If you don't mind, without.
Well, actually, this was when we lived in North Carolina.
What's your zip code?
I'm not going to be that. No, I live in the upper South. Let's just say.
The upper Southwest.
Upper South. Like Virginia.
South. Oh, Virginia. Okay. That's right. And then.
Oh, you're in Virginia?
Yep.
Stop stalking me,
dude.
You're in Virginia too, Giovanni?
Oh, yes, I am.
Oh, okay. We lived in Virginia for many years as well. Actually, that article documents that a little bit. You might have to read between the lines, but no. I mentioned the town that we were in. Yeah. My wife and I actually met in Lynchburg, Virginia. So.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So.
It's one of the better parts of Virginia.
And I went to a major technical school not too far from there. To the west of there, and really moved to New Jersey later after graduating from there. But anyway, it's been real, guys. I'm gonna drop.
Yeah, thanks for hanging.
Bye.
Have a good night.
Pleasure, guys. Where's my controls? Controls. There we go. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So you guys, when you mentioned Twitter, you made me want to do a vanity search for myself in people's timelines. And someone out there had asked, okay, so the first time I submitted a piece to Social Matter like a year ago, I wanted to publish it under Antidem, and Hadley asked me if I could come up with a plausible-sounding, real-ish name. So we compromised, and I picked the name James Rustler, and we did James, quote-unquote, Antidem Rustler. So no, James Rustler is not my real name. It's James Rustler, Jimmy Rustler, I Rustle Jimmys.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that article. I remember at first I was like, "Whoa, is this his real name?" But then then I realized what it was. So.
Well, I mean, Giovanni's not my real name.
Really?
No. It's actually I mentioned on Ask FM actually once because someone asked about the source of my name. It's based off Giovanni Gentile, the fascist writer, and Dante Alighieri, the medieval poet.
So it's kind of like Marilyn Manson.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for that comparison.
Yeah, like isn't his whole band named after like they have a first name of a model and a last name of a serial killer?
I don't know.
Or like a glamour girl of some sort. Like he has Twiggy Ramirez and stuff like that. I remember I noticed back when I cared about stuff like that. Not that I was ever into Marilyn Manson, guys. I'm not that degenerate, but I remember reading about his band and I noticed that was kind of the pattern of all his band members.
Yeah, Marilyn Manson has been trying to be edgy for the last 20 years or so.
Yeah, didn't he say, like, I want to be the one guy who destroys Christianity, and I'll be honored to be the one to do it? It's like, yeah, you're just some shock rocker. Just
You know what I was watching the other day was Twisted Sister.
Oh, that's just pure evil right there.
I was remembering, looking at these silly, campy videos and remembering back in the 80s when that was like literally the most degenerate thing anyone could possibly think of.
Didn't
Like,
Alan Tipper Gore, didn't they take that on in Congress in those days too?
Yeah, and it's like, what a wonderful, naive time when we thought that this was like the edgiest thing we could possibly think of.
Oh, yeah.
Or the Judas Priest had backwards messages in their music. Wasn't that another one?
Oh, yeah. Well, that was a lot of things.
Zeppelin, too, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It probably goes even back then.
There's actually some guy on YouTube I came across. He claimed there are all these demonic messages in records, like not records, but Britney Spears songs, and he would play them backwards. And none of them made any sense, because he'd say, like, oh, man, if you listen to this, it says worship Satan. And he'd play the song backwards, and it'd be like, I'd be like, or it could be someone sneezing. I don't know.
Yeah, it's really just the power of suggestion, basically.
Yeah.
I seem to
How does it enter me backwards? I've never understood this part.
I'm sorry, what?
How is it that we ingest it psychologically or spiritually backwards?
I actually remember years back reading some guy who has this theory that like our brains hear things backwards and forwards at the same time, and so these messages are like embedded in our subconscious and they're being transmitted backwards through what we say or something like that.
To our anti-self.
Huh.
I don't know. I think this guy's full of it, but
I seem to remember like sometime during the 80s, like Frank Zappa, during the height of all of this hysteria, did an album where like literally if you played it backwards it said like, go to church, stay in school. Just did it as a troll.
That sounds like something he would do.
Well, in Pink Floyd The Wall, there's a track where it does have a backward message, but it's a lot more blatant. Like, it sounds like garbled stuff, but if you play it backwards, it says, like, hi, this is a secret message. Glad you could find it. And then it's someone in the background saying, hey, your wife's calling. That's literally all it is.
I know Weird Al Yankovic has a song where there's just one random backwards part, and if you play it backwards, it says something like, wow, you must have a lot of free time on your hands.
Oh, they're just gatekeepers.
Are you the gatekeeper?
No, these guys are trying to make it look absurd because so the real messages keep sneaking in.
I am the gatekeeper, you the key master.
Exactly, thank you. Someone got it.
Oh, sorry.
Are you
I wonder if there's such a, there's a messiah complex. We're talking about Marilyn Manson, thinking that somehow he's so delusional he thinks he's going to destroy Christianity. Is there a sort of an antichrist complex? And is there because it seems to be something people take on. Oh, I hate this so much. I know how false it is. I'm going to be the one to destroy it.
That's been going on since Calvary. Yeah,
no, I realize that, but I'm. I mean, you get these people who go to Israel and get the Messiah thing. What's that called? Messiah. Is it just called the Messiah complex, or?
I thought that was when you think you're a Messiah.
Yeah, for sure. Which is kind of the opposite of thinking you're destroying, anyway.
Like Antichrist complex almost?
Yeah, the Antichrist, the Marilyn Manson Antichrist complex, yeah. You're so evil, you're going to be the one to destroy it. You are the Antichrist. Anyway.
It's funny that Alice Cooper is actually a Christian, but he had this whole gimmick of being this, like, evil rocker guy.
Is he really a Christian?
Yes, he is. I actually saw this video of him on YouTube a while back where he's talking about his Christian faith, and he said that, like, he was raised, like, I think he said his father was a minister, and so he was raised in the church, and I think he said he kind of fell away from it briefly, but then he said something like, back in the 70s, listen to my music, you can hear a definite message that, there's good and there's evil, don't choose evil. So even when he was, like, away from the church, he kind of still kind of hold on to the values of it.
Well, I remember seeing an interview with him, like, sometime in the late 90s, where, the interviewer just out and asked him, all that stuff you did, back in the 70s, was that just an act? It was like, of course it was just an act. Look, I figured out that you can make $1 million by finding out some new and better way for teenagers to piss off their parents. That's all it was.
Yeah.
I remember he actually commented on Marilyn Manson. He's like, every time I look at this guy, all I can see is stuff I was doing 20 years ago. This guy doesn't have an original bone in his body. Like,
it's kind of why I think about Lady Gaga. I look at her and I'm like, Madonna did all this 20 years ago.
I don't even think Lady Gaga is that listenable, frankly.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I remember, like, no joke, not to be, like, all status singly here, but, like, the first time I ever heard her, I'm like, this is terrible. Like, why? Then I suddenly, like, within a year, she was, like, treated like this iconic person, and, like, really? Because I don't like her music.
That was like me with Katy Perry.
Yeah.
Like, I heard one of her songs for the first time, and I thought, what the heck? Okay, who thought it was a good idea to dump a cat in hot water? And I turned it off, and then suddenly it's like, oh, she's a big star. It's like, really?
She's so talented.
No.
Yeah. But that's what they'll say.
Yeah, I know, but it's like, no. How much music history have you studied?
Yeah. I mean, it's very interesting to listen to pop music from different eras, like the fluffy pop music, and, like, I don't know, I have sort of an affinity for 60s pop music because that's what I grew up listening to on the radio, and so I could listen to, like, the Archies and be like, this is awesome, but I mean, it's really just bubblegum.
Well, it's also a reminder again of that time when things were a little better than they are now.
Yeah. Now, speaking of the Archies, man, we're really off topic here, but
you mean after going through our spell of Apple product support?
Yeah.
And fonts.
And fonts.
Right. And talk
and
radio.
Lady Gaga. And talk radio.
Yeah.
Sugar. Honey. Sorry, it's the Archies.
I think Jingle Jangle is actually a better song than that, but that's just me. La 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 la, sing me, baby. Okay, I'll spare you that. But
you didn't.
What? What?
I just said you didn't.
I think he was saying encore.
Yes, indeed.
Ever since I met you, I couldn't love you better. Couldn't love you stronger if I tried. This song is sung in a falsetto, so.
Everybody now.
We gotta get Ian on the arts page for sure.
I am actually an artist of sorts, so.
Oh.
I didn't even know there was an arts page.
Come hang out with us.
It was fairly recently, I think.
Yeah, it started on Sunday.
Okay, well, that explains why
we've had our first New York Times review.
Really?
Yeah, I think we're on page 3.
Sorry, I interrupted myself, but
group forums.
I was talking about the Archies, and I actually was curious because I don't know if you guys have heard of how in the last 10 years Archie's become pretty degenerate. Like
the comics?
Yeah, like they've introduced gay characters.
Oh my gosh.
They have Archie like hooked up with the black girl from Josie and the Pussycats, and they had a out of wedlock baby together or something, and
like
Yeah, I'm like, this is like really degenerate. I wonder who could be behind that. So I was curious to find out like who was in charge of Archie Comics, and I kind of got bored with it, trying to find out who the current CEO is. But it was interesting to find out that the guy who created Archie actually was a Jew, but he was actually pretty conservative, and he actually wanted Archie to be like a wholesome character who appealed to like everyman types, and like he actually licensed it out to Christians to do like special comics for them. Like, so it's kind of. But what was funny is that I realized that I'm actually more shocked that he wasn't a degenerate with his media, and yet he was Jewish. Like, it's like that's like the exception.
It's kind of funny you bring all that up because recently I've been rereading Mein Kampf. Everyone's
rereading.
I started reading it a long time ago. I didn't finish it. I'm trying to read it more in earnest now. And so I'm in the early part, and Hitler's basically having his little anti-Semitic awakening. But he's talking about the unfortunate, very real fact, which was, at that time in Austria and then later in Weimar Germany, a lot of the pornography and just sexual degeneracy was run or encouraged by the Jewish population, or at least the majority of it was. And I started thinking, I'm like, how true is that today? So I did some research this morning on Wikipedia for a bigger named pornography group. I won't say who because I don't want to lead up Brother in Temptation. But I looked up, I'm like, okay, who runs this? And I got some names, and I was Googling the names, and I'm like, oh, holy cow. There's one. There's one. There. Oh, my gosh. I was sort of like...
coincidence detector?
Yeah, I was just like, okay, there might be something to this whole Weimerica thing.
Oh, speaking of which, me, Millennial Woes, and Ryan Landry are supposed to do a recording together soon on the subject of Weimerica.
Nice.
Oh, cool.
So keep watching.
Now Ryan Landry's hooking up with Woes. That's cool. Yeah, I wonder if he'd like to do a hangout like this. He's Catholic, right? Ryan Landry?
Landry? I don't know.
I think he is. That's what Nick Steve's told me. I think he mentioned it in his comment section lately that I was reading, that he's a trad Catholic.
Why are you getting so many Catholics? We need more diversity.
I'm an Anglo Catholic.
Okay, good. So good. So you got an Anglo Catholic, a Reformed Baptist. We need multiculturalism. What's wrong with you?
Well, I'm basically a low church guy trying to be a high church guy, and still kind of trying to find footing in it.
I'm still triggered.
But
by
what?
By stuff.
By trigger stuff.
Exactly.
That should be the name of the live stream once you post it. Triggered by stuff.
Yeah, I gotta remember that.
The kids and I have invented the SJW goddess Eunice. Eunice, and she's the great cat lady in the sky. She throws cats on men as judgment for their whatever they're.
Is the archetype of the cat lady basically like a childless woman who channels her maternal instincts into being by inviting Islam into Europe? I mean, no, by having a bunch of cats. Well, it's like the idea is that she's childless and has a bunch of cats, and whatever maternal instincts she has are being channeled into promoting liberalism, basically. Is that where the whole idea comes from?
I think it has to do more with fur mamas.
What?
Fur mamas? You never heard of that?
Oh, you mean just that they're mothers to cats?
Yeah, pretty much. Like,
I take care of my cats. They're my own children. I take care of this one. I'm your mama.
I remember when these ladies used to tweet at Todd Kincannon on Twitter. He would say, like, why don't you go back to your cat husbands or something like that. Do you know that guy, Giovanni? Todd Kincannon? He's a guy who used to be on Twitter. He's really funny. You know him, right? Edited him?
I think I did see him.
Yeah, he stopped tweeting in like 2014, I think, but But he was pretty fun while he lasted.
I'm trying to think when I went alt-right. When was the gay marriage thing?
That was like June, wasn't it?
Yeah, okay, that was when I went alt-right.
What were you before that?
I was probably libertarian leaning. Right-leaning libertarian. And then after that, and actually, I remember when it happened too, because we were at my wife's dad's place, and I was on my phone checking Twitter, and I just remember seeing it, hitting over my feed. Oh, gay marriage is now legal in America. I remember I'm sitting there with my wife on the couch, and my daughter's playing on the floor, and I'm just sort of staring, and it's sort of like reality hitting you in the face, and I just sort of thought, how did we get here? And I remember I went to my Kindle, and I went and I got the writings on fascism. But again, Giovanni Gentile, Alfredo Rocco, and all that. Because I'd read that a while ago and thought it was interesting, but never really took it to heart, and I reread it. And they talked about how we go from liberalism to democracy to socialism, basically Marxism. And that's when it kind of all came together, like, yeah, that's pretty much what happened to this country. And that was when I realized, as a lot of libertarians do, that you can't really have a constitutional government unless you either remove the ability for it to change, or you keep it within a certain ethnic or racial identity, which would treasure that.
Well, constitutions are gentlemen's agreements, and they only work among gentlemen.
Right.
As soon as you get non-gentlemen, I mean, if you look at like the EU Constitution, it's what, like 1,000 pages printed out. You print out the Constitution of the United States, it's about 20 pages, because it was assumed by the gentlemen who signed it that they were dealing with other gentlemen who worked on the same assumptions that they did and who were honest and principled like they were. Well, no such luck. Certainly not after the first generation of them.
Well, it kind of makes me laugh when you have guys like Ted Cruz or other constitutional Americans who want to say, oh, let's go back to the way it was the Founding Fathers. And I can admire that sentiment, but it's like, okay, you do understand that's going to take away Jacksonian democracy, right? I mean, the Founding Fathers, when you read their opinions of democracy, they did not like democracy. Certainly not the way we know it today.
Well, Alex Jones says the answer to 1984 is 1776. I'm like, well, the answer to 1984 is 1488. No, wait. Answer to 1984 is 1933. No, maybe not that one.
No, that's just globalist math.
But if we went back to the Constitution, we'd just be rewinding the movie to the beginning and then playing it again and seeing if it ends differently this time.
Right, because how are you going to preserve that?
Yeah, hey, maybe if I rewind Star Wars to the beginning and press play again, this time Alderaan won't blow up.
Well, that's only if George Lucas gets his hands on it again.
Yeah, if I rewind Revenge of the Sith, maybe this time Jar Jar Binks won't be in it.
Please.
By the way, Ahmed Best, who played Jar Jar Binks, he had, speaking of con stories, which I told one before we went live, Ahmed Best had the best con story ever. He was at this panel, and he said he was on the set of The Phantom Menace, and it was between takes, he was just walking around, and he sees this bunch of crew members just go running by him with these fire extinguishers. So he didn't have anything to do, so he turned around and sort of followed him over. They run up to this R2 unit, because they have like 5 or 6 of them on the set in case one breaks down or to do different things. And this R2 has smoke like pouring out from it. And the thing, actually, it has like a flip-up top, because that's where Kenny Baker gets in and then drives his thing around.
Right.
So one of these guys gets ready with the extinguisher. The other guy flips the top open, and inside there's Kenny Baker with a huge spliff hotboxing inside the R2 unit.
What?
Oh, good heavens, you guys are naive. He's in there with a large amount of marijuana. And hotboxing is when you smoke marijuana inside an enclosed space with the idea that instead of that precious, precious THC blown away in the wind, it will continue to be inside the small area in which you are smoking. So it's a way to get really, really high.
Wow.
Fascinating.
We're down to 2 viewers. I think that we're losing them.
Yeah, I might actually need to head out here, unfortunately, because I need to head home at some point.
You're not. I mean, you could go home, but you're not. You'd rather hang with us.
No, I'd rather hang out with my wife. But
if I had a wife, I'd rather hang out with her too. But
well, I mean, I could be like my boss, who just hangs out here all the time.
I have my waifu pillow waiting for me.
Okay.
I don't have anything.
Whatever makes you personally happy, dear.
There is no difference between that and something else. Everything is equally good.
Hey, love is love, shitlords. It's 2016. It is the current year.
It is the current year.
I did actually have that used against me a couple weeks ago. This is.
What happened?
Nah, it was actually against a bunch of anti-theists, because I had responded to one woman. She quote tweeted me, and of course all her anti-theist followers decided, hey, here's easy pickings, and, you know, after about the 4th or 5th Lot and his daughters, you know, I kind of gave up. But someone said, oh, what was it? I forget what it was. I think, it was someone gay marriage, but it was like, oh man, it's 2016, people are still debating this, and I quote tweeted that and said, guys, just so you know, it's 2016. Because, I mean, what else are you supposed to say to that?
It is the current year.
It's the current year. It's the current year.
Hearts of white men filled with fear.
Filled with fear.
This is where you do the drop of Molyneux saying, not an argument.
Molyneux. Yeah, I've only became familiar with him after I started listening to TRS, and I actually watched some of his videos, and he's an interesting guy, but I'm not really into the whole ANCAP thing, so not going to be sitting watching him.
Seems to be branching out a little bit. Though he does kind of summarize that stuff at the end often still.
It's one of those things where, you know, libertarianism seems to be diverging from each other. Like, part of it is getting conquest law applied to it and pulling further left, but the people who aren't going along for the ride are going really, really right. Like the way Molyneux has, the way Christopher Cantwell has. It's like they've sort of realized, well, they've realized a couple of things. First, if you don't want to be pulled left, then you have to be severely in your face right, because otherwise conquest law applies. I think they've also quite figured out that libertarianism isn't and can't quite be a universalist ideology, because there is a certain subset of human beings with which it will work and a certain subset of human beings with which it will not work.
Yeah, but
right,
I was
it
just
requires a lot of agency.
Well, I was trying to have this conversation with some guy on one of our woes Skype groups, and just trying to explain to him that, I mean, you can't have a stateless society without a state. I mean, you have to have secure borders. And he was like, no, you just protect, you know, it's just a guy with his gun, that's what's going to protect. And I'm like, I mean, it's like they can't see the world is actually larger than, I don't even know what, their own living room. I mean, unless the whole world is on board. But even then, you know, free will has it such that, you know, somebody wakes up one day and says, I'm no longer on board. Now I'm shooting folk. I mean, it's such a childish kind of dream. I was never there myself, really.
It reminds me of R.C. Sproul. He's a pretty well-known Presbyterian theologian. He said he was talking to a congressman, and this was somewhat in relation to I think it's at Romans 13 where Paul talks about loyalty to the government, or is it Romans 12?
Well, my response whenever someone throws that at me is, well,
no. Well, it was he was talking about, but okay, Romans 13, yeah, it was. Because he was asking his congressman, what do you think government is? And it was sort of like what we were just talking here with libertarians. The guy was basically, very little this, very little that, doesn't do this, doesn't do that. And R.C. Sproul said he kind of listened to the guy talk, and then when he was done, he said, so what I'm getting from you is you don't think government should govern.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I understand the idea behind libertarianism, and, as Christopher Beckloff says, if I lived in Shoodland, libertarianism would be great. But I don't. It's the kind of thing that would live in a perfect world, but if we lived in a perfect world, we wouldn't need a government anyway.
Well, then,
and I might point out, even a perfect world, I mean, the literal kingdom of heaven is a monarchy.
Yes. I wrote a blog post about that recently.
You did, yes.
Shameless plug, shameless plug, shameless plug.
Well, remember,
we kind of talked about that on the last hangout we did here.
Remember, the only instance of democracy in the entire Bible is when the crowd votes to crucify Christ.
Well, in fairness, some people have pointed out, I think there's a moment in the Old Testament, I'd have to go digging to find it, but I think King David has a vote, and people vote in a positive sense. But at the same time, I think the problem is, when you really calculate how democracy works, it really is un-Christian, because Christians are told, don't conform and bond with the world. And democracy basically says, hey, your moral and government decisions are coming from the populace, the masses as a whole. And it kind of takes out the concept of original sin. And really, if you're a Christian, you can't say, in all honesty, you love democracy in toto. Because, I mean, so that means you love the politicians who support Planned Parenthood? Or the voters who support Planned Parenthood? Well, no. Well, then you can't say you love democracy as a system as a whole.
Well, whenever anyone quotes that Romans 13 passage at me, I'm like, well, how do you square that with Acts 5:29? Because, that's sort of the direction I go in.
Well, I mean...
Which is Acts 5:29? Which verse is that?
Peter and the other apostles replied, we must obey God rather than human beings.
Okay.
But I mean, that's talking about spiritual matters, whereas Paul was basically telling the Roman Christians, hey, just be honorable to the law. He wasn't saying, they say Kaiser Kyrios, then say Kaiser Kyrios with them. He wasn't saying that. He was saying basically, I'm kind of modernizing it, but if the speed limit sign says 35 miles an hour, don't say that's a pagan speed limit sign and go 50.
Well, I mean, for a Christian, is there anything that isn't a spiritual matter?
Well, no, but who's he writing to?
Yeah, I mean, basically, the way I sort of look at it is, obey the law unless you have a reason not to.
Oh, I mean, yeah, that's his logical. That's Paul logically, but I'm just saying that in Romans 13, when people try to say, oh, that's telling you to obey everyone, even like, the Soviet Union government. Well, whenever the New Testament speaks of submitting to governing authorities, it's talking about living peacefully. I don't commit a illegal act unnecessarily. But like you said, if the state of Virginia came to me with a gun and said, deny Christ or we shoot you, I'm going to break the law. Sorry.
Yeah, and I had this debate with Zippy over at his blog, and that was pounding my head against a wall, but it was basically, okay, there has to be some point at which, no, we don't obey the civil authorities. Otherwise, let's say it's Russia, it's 1933, and somebody says, okay, go ahead and dynamite that church and shoot all the priests who were working in it. Well, do I do it? Obviously not. On the one hand, if you disobey the king or the leadership anytime you have any tiny disagreement with the way that with a decision they've made, you've got chaos. On the other hand, if you obey every single thing they tell you, no matter how immoral it may be, you're the right hand of evil. The answer to me seems to be, well, you obey the king until you don't. And if that doesn't seem like much of an answer, well, the answer really is it involves some human judgment. And we seem to have this absolute horror of human judgment anymore. Like, we've designed all of these automatic systems like the Constitution and, all of these laws we've got to sort of take away human judgment because we don't want to be. It was like Harold Lee had this column over at The Future of Primeval a while back. It was talking about how people don't have a problem with authority in the modern day. They have a problem with personal authority. They don't want to take orders from a person. They see that as degrading. But some sort of impersonal bureaucracy can be as cruel to them as you can possibly imagine, and they don't seem to resent it. He was talking about.
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah, I was talking about being in Singapore and how he noticed himself feeling guilty, sort of giving orders to this maid that the couple that he was staying with had, and how it's like, well, either taking or exercising personal authority just kind of feels strange to us, and we sort of resent it. But again, we'll let an automatic system like a bureaucracy screw us over 10 times worse than a personal authority ever would. But, okay, because it doesn't have a face, we don't mind.
Well, it's got to be a righteous authority. I mean, I have authority over my wife and daughter, but that doesn't mean, I smack my wife and say, give me a beer, woman. There's a difference. It's sort of like we were talking about earlier with true hierarchy and distorted hierarchy. I mean, we all have personal authority. The problem, I guess, is if we're going to be opposed to it, then what are we really opposing?
Well, yeah, it's how do you recognize an illegitimate authority when you see it?
Right. Anyway, guys, I really should be going. So it's been fun chatting, though.
Yeah, we should do this again sometimes. Should have you on again.
Yay.
Yeah,
nice
pleasure talking to you.
You're a good
nice
contributor.
Voice.
Cool. Thank you, sir, guys. Take care. God bless.
Have a good night.
Right, see you.
Bye.
Happy Lent.
Yeah, I
Who's
gave
doing
up
it?
alcohol for Lent, and now I'm a week in. It's like, So it's been so hot the last. I mean, believe it or not, we actually had a heat wave in California, and trying to sleep with the heat, without any sort of like having a beer to help me out, not good.
I grew up in California.
Which end of it?
The ass end. Orange County. So,
The OC. Huh?
South Orange County, yeah. El Toro it was called back in the day. Now it's called Lake Forest.
You mean down where they had the Marine Corps base?
Yeah, there was the El Toro Marine Base, during the wars, yeah. Tustin, yeah. But we were, it was actually not quite near. It was actually in Tustin, but it was, anyway, yeah. Maybe there was one at some point, but yeah. We lived in the original seeding of the sprawl of Lake Forest and Mission Viejo. We were the first. I grew up in one of those houses, like in Edward Scissorhands. The houses below the mountain, or below the castle. Those pink. One house is pink. One house is yellow. One house is blue. We grew up in the pink house. Anyway, crazy, just horrible little stucco boxes. Yeah.
Those were the days before it became North Mexico.
Yeah. We had 2 Mexican families on the block when I was a kid. I think there might be 1 white family now there. Yeah.
Wow.
It's kind of funny. We called them that too. We said the Mexican family. Such weird.
Now it's like, which one?
Where do you live in California now, if you don't mind revealing?
Bay Area.
Oh, okay. Never spent a bit of time up there, not too much.
Yeah, that's where you got the Giants winning the World Series all the time now.
Oh, I tell you, the day of the Super Bowl, I just parked my car in the driveway, and I was just like, I'm not driving anywhere. Well, I drove back and forth to church, and then like I parked the car because it's like I don't even want to bother with it. Treat it like a snow day.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, the Super Bowl was in San Francisco, wasn't it? Yeah.
Well, it was where the stadium is down in San Jose. Because, you can't have nice things in San Francisco anymore. San Francisco is the most wonderful example in the world of liberals taking, the 2 most beautiful cities I have ever been to, just in terms of, geography and what's there, are San Francisco and Istanbul. And San Francisco it's the most beautiful city in the world, and it's just been ruined by leftist leadership. And it keeps getting worse and worse with these idiots. For example, there's a huge problem with public urination and defecation because there's so many homeless people in the city, because it's one of the few places left in the country where they will hand out welfare benefits in cash. So, every crackhead in the universe comes to San Francisco because it's got a mild climate and they can get cash to buy crack with. And it was so bad, they actually had a case where a steel light pole in a kind of a skeevy neighborhood fell over into the street because it had been so corroded from urine, from people peeing on it.
Wow.
Wow.
That was actually, there's a couple of sort of reactionary circle-ish friends I have, and they moved out here from New York, stayed 6 months, and then moved straight back. And that was kind of the incident that pushed them over the brink, was because they lived like 2 blocks away from that.
It could have killed them.
Yeah, and like someone on their block just had an old couch out on the sidewalk, and they called the city to get rid of it, and the city said no because somebody could be sleeping on it, and just no.
What? They actually
Really,
are saying that, like, you have to leave a couch out in case of homeless want to use it or something?
Yeah, they wouldn't come by and have the garbage guys collect it.
Wow.
One of the reasons for, San Francisco, it's only 15% gay, so that's not enough to explain. Well, compared to the rest of the country, that's really high. But even then, it's not enough to even affect city politics very much, if that's all it was. The thing about it is, one of the reasons for San Francisco's sort of notoriously leftist politics is, really the sort of class face of politics in the U.S. is the top and bottom together against the middle. So, you have the, elite opinion makers and the welfare class together against, who are the Democrats, together against the Republicans, who are sort of the party of middle class responsibility. And San Francisco doesn't, there is no middle class in San Francisco. Not in the city proper. Out in the suburbs, yes, but in the city proper, it's the rich and the poor, because the only 2 ways you can possibly afford to live there are either if you're rich or if the government is subsidizing you. Otherwise, you don't have a chance.
Yeah, and there was the whole sanctuary city thing with that woman who got shot, and Trump actually publicized it. You just have people coming in illegally and just killing people.
Well, yeah, that was my whole thing with the whole Kim Davis thing. Is she won't issue gay marriage licenses. We have to put her in jail. Well, are you going to put the mayor of San Francisco in jail? He just says we're going to ignore federal immigration laws. Well, if you're going to ignore, if we're going to put government officials in jail for ignoring federal immigration law, for ignoring federal laws, why Kim Davis and why not Ed Lee? Well, obviously we know the answer. It's because there's some laws that you damn well better obey or your ass is grass, and there's some laws that you'd better well not obey or your ass is grass, which is completely what the founding fathers of this country were trying to avoid happening. But again, they got all sort of the pressure points of political power wrong, and so it's what ended up happening anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I guess when you're trying to establish a precedent too, you have to immediately do a shakedown if anybody's not on board, right? Just to prove that this thing is now in place, right? The gay marriage thing. You can't have somebody. I mean, maybe in 20 years somebody can not go along with it, and that's okay, or maybe even in shorter period of time than that. But 2 weeks into it, it's just got to happen, right?
Well, someone earlier was talking about how there's no way to override the Supreme Court. Well, I can think of one way, and it involves 9 lampposts and some rope.
On the subject
of course, I mean that we will put up some joyous Christmas decorations and change their hearts.
Yes,
of course.
They'll all become reactionary.
It'll be so beautiful.
We'll use the rope to hang pages from unqualified reservations. They'll come by and read them and suddenly realize the error of their ways.
The thing about printing Moldbug stuff is, like, how would you deal with all the links he puts? Like, he says, read this, it's not long, or things like that. Like, would you have to have footnotes for those or something?
Hard to say. One of the things I was going to say earlier is, I love TRS. That I listen to the Daily Show every week, but I'm kind of happy that like the entire alt-right isn't sort of TRS-ified, because there should be things like Moldbug and these big long essays that it takes 3 days to read, but there also should be stuff like TRS, full of joke songs and drops and all that. It's all sorts of different approaches to bring people in one door or the other.
Right.
The guy's getting slowly drunker as the show goes on.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I mean, there needs to be a sense of, I do think that, like, it is good to have things like TRS because they really bring people together and they make people laugh. I mean, they're really funny and talented. I mean, so it's like people need that because because like it's easy to really just get mad at all the stuff you see and just be like, why? And like, it's like if you don't actually have some fun once in a while, you're just going to get depressed about it. So I think it's good to just get together and sort of relax about it and just talk about it sometimes.
Well, as the old line from MASH went, sometimes you got to laugh about it, otherwise you're going to scream.
Sure. I've actually thought of doing parody songs, but I don't, as you can probably tell by my microphone, I don't have the best recording equipment. So I actually did record a parody song and send it to Saturday Night L'Chaim, but the sound quality wasn't that great, so I think that was why it got rejected.
You could do a Moon Man song.
The thing about those is they're kind of funny. Like the voice part of it's funny where it's just like a computerized voice, but I don't know. Like they get kind of old quickly.
Yeah, you got to kind of pace them out, because half the reason you laugh at them is just that sort of nervous laughter whenever someone does something absolutely outrageous.
Yeah.
When someone says something completely inappropriate, so that shock wears off.
Yeah. Yeah, I was actually using my Normie email account to send that stuff, so I hope Bradshaw doesn't try to dox me. I doubt he will, because I don't know. I don't have a whole lot to lose. Like if I were to get doxxed, I I don't know. It's like I don't have a ton of stuff that I'm going to lose. Like I have a big family like Nick B. Steves does or anything, but I don't know. Still like to keep my privacy just for the sake of being cautious.
Yeah, well, you never know when you'll end up with the Australian Navy coming out to stop you.
Yeah, what was that? I know Mark Citadel referenced that. What was that all about?
There was quite a bit of panic about the Roosh meetup, including like security measures to keep him from getting into Australia.
Wow.
If you look at somewhere in the chat a couple hours ago, I posted a video that Pale Hominid. It was part of the last Daily Show too.
Yeah,
reading from Roosh. But it's like, yeah, I kind of understand, but at the same time, what a hysteria. You know, it reminded me of, I don't know if you guys ever watched the old G.I. Joe cartoon, but that one about, you know, I am the Viper, I have come to vipe the windows.
I heard that joke. I didn't know it was from G.I. Joe.
Oh, yeah. I grew up with G.I. Joe.
We actually had a little Roosh action, or a little ROK action in our town here. There was a bit of a, they were supposed to come here, and yeah, a whole bunch of, I mean, it was sort of like yeah, crazy. I mean, anyway, I got Facebook. Some people were talking about, you know, resisting the rapist and blah 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 and all this stuff. So it was quite something in our little town.
Whole Roosh phenomenon is very strange. Like this one guy, like it's like her hysteria wherever he goes. I mean, is he really that important? Or I mean, I don't understand why they care so much about this one guy.
It's just a moral panic, you know, a 2 minutes hate that somebody grabbed onto. You know, why? I don't know. Also, you know, he does make himself a good target. I mean, he should have known better with that whole. I mean, I know that the whole legalized rape column was a satire, but yeah, he should have been a little slicker about how to present it. And again, he does make himself a very plausible target for things like this.
Yeah, it does seem like he invites it a little bit, I guess. He does try to be provocative somewhat.
Yeah, so, you know, he's certainly someone who is not a very good face for anything we should be even mildly associated with.
Well, the whole thing about the Manosphere and the pickup artists and all them, I mean, I do think they kind of get it something. Like, they do kind of, like, they do sort of notice that our sexual morals and our sexual system, whatever you want to call it, I can't think of a better term, but I think you know what I mean. It's like the way we approach sexual issues is messed up, and therefore, like, and like they do kind of see that, you know, if we had a more patriarchal system, this wouldn't happen, and like they get that, but their approach to it to become sort of nihilistic and say, well, hey, just have fun and bang as many girls as you want. That's kind of the wrong answer. It's just sort of accepting defeat and not trying to change anything or redeem anything. So I think
they seem to be schizophrenic now, though, where they're doing kind of both at the same time. So yeah, it's strange.
Yeah,
I mean,
somebody reposted something he'd posted about Lent for 2015, and it was all very, very much about self-control, and so it's a real kind of bipolar thing going on there.
Having knowledge is a good thing, but, you know, any knowledge, you can use it for good or for evil. And, you know, yeah, okay, they got red-pilled, and then what did they decide to actually do with it?
Enjoy the decline, as they say.
Yeah, so...
Isn't that Aaron Clary's tagline?
Yeah, so it's like, good job figuring it out, but then you went and did, like, exactly the wrong thing with it, so...
Yeah, it's sort of like Satanism in that way. I mean, it's
yeah,
learning these skills in order to, you know, use it for yourself rather than, you know, using your knowledge for good. You're just using it as a a means of. I mean, so you find this thing out about women, so then you or male-female relationships, so then you just use it to kind of engage in the act of falling in love over and over and over and over again, but without actually falling in love. This is kind of it's pretty it's despicable.
All right. Well, you guys, I generally do these hangouts based on the ass hurts theory, which is once my ass hurts enough from sitting here for so long, it's time to go. So it's been 3.5 hours, and my ass hurts sufficiently.
I think it's been longer than that. I think it's been more like 5 hours almost, hasn't it?
Oh, geez. So I've been here for a good chunk of it.
We started at...
What? I know it's 7 p.m. It's almost midnight here.
4 o'clock this time. So it's almost 5 hours, geez.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been good talking.
Well, thank you, and we'll make sure this isn't the last time we do this.
Yeah, definitely. We should have more of these.
We shall. We shall, and I'm going to be running a spring fundraising drive to get money for a better microphone, so I don't sound like I'm calling from inside Oscar the Grouch's trash can.
Yeah.
So, wish me luck on that.
Yeah, I should see if I can get a better microphone too.
How does mine sound
good? Kind of a poor fag. So.
Yours sounds pretty good. So.
Okay. Well, the way I have it is I have it like right up by my mouth, and I have my hand in front of it so that there's no noise around it. So as long as it sounds good, I don't care.
Ian's could use some improvement, but
mine's a proper condenser recording mic.
Yeah, yours sounds nice. So, but I figure it's time to invest in a little bit of equipment.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, anyhow, I'm going to drop. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for coming. You're always entertaining to talk to. All right. Well, thank you, Anti-Dem. Yeah, this has gotten kind of informal. It's gotten even less formal than it was before, but I don't have to be like the host. Well, thank you very much for coming, Anti-Dem.
Yes.
It was much appreciated. So, how are you doing? Are you you want to keep talking? I mean, we can if you want. I'm just saying it's getting late, so I don't know if you want to.
For you, it's late. Yeah, I have actually. I worked late, and well, it didn't work late, but it took me long. This job kind of dragged on, so then I got here. I haven't even eaten. Had a glass of water since I got home. But it is Lent. It's the time to suffer.
Yeah.
So
actually, the Orthodox Lent doesn't start till next month, but I know that.
Yeah, I know. I've never been. I don't know what the Orthodox how Easter moves in the Orthodox. So it's not a fixed date. Is that correct? So but it works on a different principle than Western Easter. So
yeah,
ours is
I'm still learning a lot of this stuff because it's all new to me. So
ours is about as early as it could be this year.
Okay.
I mean, it's the first. Easter is the first first Sunday after the first full moon after the vernal equinox. So I don't know how the Orthodox pick Easter. I'm not sure how they do it.
Yeah, stuff is always like I let somebody else just tell me what it is, and I'll let them figure it out.
Just give me the date. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Working on any new songs?
Did you get my Lent thing?
I think I saw that it was like 13 minutes long or something. Or...
Transformation. Yeah, that's all music I composed a while back.
Okay.
About 2 years ago, and then I made a movie this year of it. I used a lot of like old gospel, like silent movie gospel movies.
Hmm.
And well, not a lot. I used 2, and one in particular, Cecil B. DeMille, which is just beautifully filmed. So you kind of get this footage. I mean, I don't know without that. I did give credit to it. I don't know how that works. It must be in the public domain by now if it's from 1927.
Yeah, I don't know.
Anyway, I mean, it's not like this.
Real quick, I want to give a shout out to our 2 viewers who are watching right now. Thank you, whoever you are.
Thank you. Maybe they've fallen asleep.
We were actually down to 1 at one point, so.
Uh,
But we've actually, I think we got more viewership than the first one did, because I think at one point we were actually down to 0 viewers during the live stream of it. But
oh, really? But there's been 300. There's almost 400 people have watched it, at least to some extent watched it.
Yeah, or at least, well, I don't know how many individual people that is, and how many people have just watched it multiple times. Or I actually haven't listened to the whole thing through, because I always cringe when I hear my voice.
Yeah, I cringe when I hear myself too.
I always feel like, I sound so bad when I'm hosting. It's so awkward. That's why I linked to the Chris Farley show. Oh, we're down to 1 viewer now. Thank you, you one lone holdout. Your loyalty is much appreciated.
Have you watched the video, the movie Transformation that I made?
Yeah, I think I saw part of it, or I listened to it at least. But the music's kind of more ambient. It's not really like, well, right? Like the music is
it's sort of prog, almost like prog rock. The middle there's 3 movements. The first one is it's kind of goofy piano. Well, not goofy, but kind of a irregular kind of piano piece, and then it has this kind of heavy kind of prog middle, and then it has a kind of goofy-ish kind of piano piece at the end too. So
yeah.
Anyway,
there's some music that I listen to, and it makes good background music, but it's not something that I think much about. So
yeah.
I guess it'd probably be better if I watched it along with the video, because a lot of times I think,
yeah, I probably send it to you. Yeah. That's the reason I made the video, because it's not the kind of music that people generally want to listen to too much. I have a high tolerance for dissonance and irregularity. So, but
yeah, me like I just write like pop songs and simple 3-chord stuff. So that's just the kind of guy I am.
I also have just folk songs. If you look down the channel there's in my music section, I've got a couple of just regular kind of me on the guitar.
Yeah, I heard some of those. They were all right. I remember I listened to a couple of those, and I thought, yeah, this is cool.
Yeah.
Should check them out again. Yeah, I don't know. Like it's funny. I realize the songs I write, they often end up sounding the same, because. So I guess what I've done when I write songs now is I try to like throw in sort of a weird chord or something just to spice it up a bit.
Oh yeah.
And you end up getting interesting results, and I mean, it actually works. Like don't like mess up the structure too much, but you can make it flow.
Yeah. Well, you got 7 chords anytime you're playing in a key, so.
Yeah.
8. Yeah. So, or 7. Yeah, 7 different chords. So.
Well, even if you
stay in the key.
Yeah, but it could be like you could put in a chord that's like not necessarily in the key, or like make it a 7th chord, or make it a minor or something. I do, messing up around with it like that can kind of lead to interesting combinations.
Yeah. Nice, changes the mood.
Mm-hmm.
So you do some songwriting too, Ian?
Yeah. In a way, I feel like I don't want to talk too much about what I do, because with my artistic stuff, just because I don't want to. I feel like it's like a secret plan almost, but I don't know. I don't want to give away too much, but I don't know. I'm always worried. Yeah, I'm always worried about how much I reveal about the kind of things I do, just because I don't want anybody to try and mess it up in some way, just because I know you just never know what's going on out there. I mean, yeah, maybe like if we were talking offline, I could show you some of the stuff I do, but I don't know.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. No problem.
Do you want to end this live cast, just because I think we're now just kind of winding down, I guess. So
we're having a private conversation.
Yeah, it's like I don't know how many people are really even interested in this. Actually, I think it's probably most people don't want to sit and listen this long. We've been going for like almost 5 hours now, so
yeah, I don't think these Hangouts people. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, a lot of them. I don't think most people listen this long, because like even podcasts that are like 3 hours long. Like I listened to the Daily Show yesterday, and it was almost 3.5 hours. And
was it really?
Yeah, it was like 3 hours and 20 minutes or something like that. So
Oh man, yeah, I generally don't listen to the whole thing.
Oh, really? Yeah, I'm so autistic that I've actually listened to every single. Oh, we're down to 0 viewers. Our last one gave up on us. Okay, maybe that's a sign that this has gone on long enough.
Yeah.
But I was just gonna say I've actually listened to every single episode in its entirety. So that's how big a fan I am.
I did for a while. Almost a year ago, I guess I listened to, and they didn't have as much back then. Obviously, well, they had 12 months less stuff. But I haven't kept up with it since then. I go to it every once in a while. There's a few that I go to, but there's actually tonight I made a list of I've got a word page here with a whole bunch of links on it because I'm pretty ignorant about a lot of this stuff. So it was pretty nice to get so much material off this one tonight. It's partly why I was quiet. I just felt like I didn't really have anything to offer.
Yeah, that's how I am sometimes when I do these things. Anyways, maybe we should just quickly wrap this up before we go offline. Yeah. All right, this has been the second Christian Hangout. Thanks for listening, everybody. Hopefully we'll do another one in a week or two. See you next time, and we're going to go off the air now.